tentacles, dangerous communist octopus, he repeated, are tightening around every segment of Guatemala. This was blatant communist aggression against the people of Guatemala and against the Western Hemisphere. *4 Representative Frances Bolton had never before addressed Congress on matters Guatemalan. Her specialty was the Middle East. But it required no great expertise, she asserted, to understand what was occurring in Guatemala. Though her language was less colorful than Wiley's, the gentlewoman from Ohio was every bit as inflamed. The expulsion of Grusin and Banel was phone more fact in evidence that the government of Guatemala is communist. Guatemala, she reminded her fellow representatives, is about 4 hours flight from New Orleans and considerably less than that from the Panama Canal. We can only interpret the recent actions by the Guatemalan government as an open threat to the way of life we in this country and most of our neighbors hold dear. Representative Donald Jackson, chairman of the House Subcommittee on Inter-American Affairs, considered himself an expert on Latin America. He now arose to denounce a grave error: 2 U.S. military missions were still operating in Guatemala. Unaware that his protest would make the planners of success shudder, he demanded that the missions be withdrawn at once. The obvious purpose of such training missions in any country is to strengthen the ability of a nation to withstand aggression from without and generally to contribute to the overall defenses of the free world. Obviously, in the instance of Guatemala, there is no further purpose to be served in the training of the armed services to withstand outside aggression in light of the fact that the principal forces of world slavery and confusion are already at work within the country and in the rear of the military establishment. The military leaders of the nation approve and support the actions of the red-dominated government. Other members of Congress advocated economic sanctions. On February 8, Senator Margaret Chase Smith introduced Senate Resolution 211. The resolution stated the apparently twin points that the price of Guatemalan coffee was exorbitant and that the communists dominated the economic and political affairs of Guatemala. Eisenhower should take such action as may be required to exclude from importation into the United States all coffee originating in the Republic of Guatemala until such time as he is satisfied that the economic and political affairs of that country no longer are dominated and controlled by the communist movement, and the unjustified prices of coffee imposed by producers in that country have been undercut to reasonable levels. In Guatemala, the resolution was attacked bitterly in both the administration and the opposition press, while the landed elite vehemently rejected any insinuation that the high price of coffee might be due to communist manipulations. Throughout Latin America, the response was indignation. The prospect of U.S. economic sanctions rekindled deep fears. The Coffee Committee of the OAS's Inter-American Economic and Social Council immediately adopted a resolution condemning a coffee boycott. On February 11, the Council voted to give this resolution the widest dissemination. Foes as bitter as Trujillo's Dominican Republic and Arbenz Guatemala voted as one, while the lone dissenting vote was cast by the United States. Nor was Smith's resolution welcomed by the Eisenhower administration. The State Department had earlier considered and rejected a coffee embargo. It would be difficult to enforce, they reckoned, and in a seller's market, Guatemala would find alternative buyers, whereas the political costs for the United States would be high. It might hurt the present regime in Guatemala a little economically, but it would give that regime a good weapon to attack our economic imperialism throughout the hemisphere, Assistant Secretary Cabot had noted. The planners of success were equally unenthusiastic. Senator Smith was not the first, nor would she be the last, to suggest that the administration adopt economic sanctions against Guatemala, and these suggestions they consistently rejected. In a Janus-faced approach, they sought to frighten the Guatemalans with the specter of sanctions and yet to assure the Latin Americans that the United States would not impose unilateral sanctions. Copyright. Furthermore, the 1. Intelligence community was very skeptical of the efficacy of economic sanctions. 62 Senator Smith's proposal was particularly untimely, a confidential State Department memorandum noted. On the eve of the Caracas Conference, The communist-influenced government of Guatemala is thus served the most perfectly tailor-made issue it could seek in order to disrupt the conference, registered on behalf of the State Department. Thrusten Morton, Assistant Secretary for Congressional Affairs, hastened to explain to Congress that the high price of Guatemalan coffee was due not to communist machinations, but to the worldwide coffee shortage. The exclusion of Guatemalan coffee would be likely to further inflate coffee prices in the United States. I do not feel, he concluded, that the proposed measure would be advisable at the present time. Copyright *. The Smith resolution did not resurface. Congressman Jackson, perhaps enlightened by the CIA, dropped the subject of U.S. military missions in Guatemala. He seized instead on another idea. It was true, he conceded in a February 25 speech, that a coffee embargo would violate the 1936 reciprocal trade agreement with Guatemala. But no one could rob the American people of their right to express their opposition to the Red Plague. American companies should refuse to sell oil and gasoline to Soviet Guatemala, America's housewives should refuse to buy Guatemalan coffee, and the nations of the OAS, too, should demonstrate their love of freedom. Within a few days they would assemble at Caracas. There, they must adopt strong measures against the Arbenz regime, lest Caracas become the Munich of our hemisphere. Let no one deny the truth. The Soviet threat in Guatemala is aggression, and as surely so as if it were backed by the bayonets of the Red Army. Registered while in the United States, the victim was branded as the aggressor. In Managua, Somoza responded to the publication of Delgado's incriminating documents with furious denials and macho defiance. For many years, he claimed, he had been the target of plots abetted by Guatemala, but I don't complain because I have prepared a welcoming committee for those who threaten the peace and security of Nicaragua. I am ready for them. Registered Under Secretary Smith hastened to soothe the ruffled dictator. Inform President, he cabled the U.S. Embassy in Managua, this government applauds Somoza's strong rejection of false Guatemalan accusations in Costa Rica. The prestigious La Nación ridiculed the alleged plot. Anyone who has followed developments in Guatemala over the last month will appreciate the true meaning of these accusations. Registered few in Guatemala had La Nación's insight. The evidence presented by the Arbenz administration seemed highly persuasive, and the State Department's denials sounded even more hollow than had those of Purifoy a few weeks earlier. The Guatemalan government scored a moral victory, for Washington's lies were transparent, but it had also suffered a severe defeat. By exposing U.S. plotting, it had exacerbated the fears of many military officers and administration politicians. Worse, the threats and the abuse of the United States press and Congress in response to the plot revelations dashed the hope that American public opinion might restrain Eisenhower's hand. Arbenz reacted with defiance, pledging that his administration would not retreat one step. Copyright registered. Meanwhile, Diario de Centro America assailed the State Department's hypocrisy and lambasted the ignorance and the arrogance of American journalists and congressmen alike. The success of our revolution has aroused the imperialists' anger. The imperialists distrust any manifestation of patriotism. The U.S. spouts a language that befits a master. These are the titles of the articles that filled the pages of DCA in those tense days. Degree it was a dignified response. But should the weak challenge the mighty, particularly when the latter is stalking? For many of his supporters, Arbenz's defiance inspired not pride but anxiety. This anxiety was heightened by the fear of what might happen at Caracas, where the 10th Inter-American Conference was about to begin. Chapter 12. The Caracas Conference. Two views clashed at Caracas. The Latin American governments sought U.S. aid in the form of development loans, higher prices for their raw materials, and easier access to the U.S. market. These had been their demands since the end of the Second World War. They had been repeatedly rebuffed by the Truman administration, which gave less aid to the 20 Latin American countries combined than to Belgium and Luxembourg. Privately, U.S. officials derided the Latin Americans' deplorable tendency to extend their empty palms collectively in our direction. Publicly, they stated that what these countries needed was private investment, not U.S. loans. The Latin Americans were told to create a suitable climate for foreign investment. Economic nationalism was counterproductive, and any laws that violated free trade and investment principles must be expunged. Predictably, the niggardliness and the haughtiness of the Truman administration stirred resentment in Latin America. In the 1952 presidential campaign, Eisenhower chided the Truman administration for its failed Latin American policy. He promised change. In the first year of the Eisenhower administration, a new development added to the Latin Americans' plight. The region's post-war economic growth had ended abruptly. Overall GNP had declined in real terms in 1952 and barely returned to the 1951 level in 1953. Meanwhile, the population continued to increase by 2.5% each year. Caracas was the Latin Americans' hope, from the unsavory dictators of the Caribbean to the democratic government of Uruguay, all agreed that, this time, the United States had to address their grievances. Hope was edged with fear. The Latin Americans were convinced that Washington was preparing to violate the principle of non-intervention. To American journalists, these fears were patently anachronistic. Couldn't the Latins see that since FDR, the United States had forsworn interference in the affairs of its sisters? But the Latin Americans saw instead the rising fury of the United States toward Guatemala and the documents released by Arbenz that pointed to a U.S. conspiracy. At Caracas, they expected Foster Dulles to try to loosen the legal knots that had been woven in the inter-American fabric in order to restrain the United States. To some Latin American governments, this would have been an acceptable price for Arbenz's fall, but a majority sharply disagreed, more in dread of a dangerous precedent than in sympathy with the Guatemalans. At its outset, the Eisenhower administration sensed that all was not well in Latin America. In March 1953, the National Security Council warned that there was a drift in the area toward radical and nationalistic regimes. Its recommendations, however, differed little from those of the past. The United States should encourage Latin American governments to recognize that the bulk of the capital required for their economic development can best be supplied by private enterprise and that their own self-interest requires the creation of a climate which will attract private investment. The United States should refrain from overt unilateral intervention in the internal political affairs of the other American states. This prescription, however, was not unconditional. NSC 144/1 included a sentence that is still routinely deleted from the public record: should the inter-American system fail to protect vital United States national interests in this hemisphere, it is recognized that unilateral action by the United States may be necessary. Eisenhower was extremely pleased with the document. Let us all look for a new approach to Latin America, he exhorted his cabinet degree. To this end, the president sent his brother and highly trusted advisor, Milton, on a well-publicized visit to 10 South American republics in the summer of 1953. But Milton Eisenhower, despite his genuine sympathy for Latin America, failed to come up with any bold or imaginative ideas in the report he submitted to the president on his return. Economic cooperation, he stressed, is without question the key to better relations between the United States and the nations to the South. Economic aid should be granted in particular circumstances, and U.S. trade policy must respect the legitimate interests of the Latin Americans. The emphasis, however, was on private capital. U.S. companies, Milton Eisenhower noted, were already playing an important role in promoting better understanding and friendship among the peoples of the American republics. Unfortunately, most Latin American governments were not yet reciprocating with fair treatment of American capital. Dr. Eisenhower's analysis was not such as to stir U.S. policymakers into action. The true difficulty in U.S. relations with Latin America, he argued, lay not in the policies of the United States, but in the Latin Americans' misunderstanding and lack of information about U.S. economic policy. Fortunately, he stated, the misunderstandings we found with respect to economic affairs are not matched in other areas. We were delighted to find a growing understanding of the United States as a nation and as a people. Genuine pride in the inter-American system. With one exception, the Latin American republics share our desire for peace, freedom, and independence, and continue to cooperate effectively in the political councils of the world. The exception was Guatemala, which has succumbed to communist infiltration. More instrumental than Dr. Eisenhower in shaping the administration's economic policy toward Latin America was Secretary of the Treasury George Humphrey. One of Eisenhower's closest and most trusted advisers, Humphrey was a rock of conservative orthodoxy and a champion of economic retrenchment. On fiscal matters he was even more conservative than the president. Registered his formula for assisting the region was straightforward: if we could find a few first-rate businessmen and send them as our ambassadors to the key Latin American nations, it would do far more good than any amount of money we could dole out. Both President Eisenhower and Secretary Dulles tended to share Humphrey's views. I want you to devise an imaginative policy for Latin America, but don't spend any money, Dulles warned Assistant Secretary Cabot in early 1953. Foreign aid, the president explained to his brother, was appropriate only for those countries directly threatened by the communist menace. Other than in Guatemala, however, the communist threat in the hemisphere seemed too remote to require medicine, and in Guatemala, by contrast, the threat had progressed too far for anything but surgery. It is not surprising, then, that Foster Dulles traveled to Caracas bereft of economic concessions or proposals. His one concern was his anti-communist resolution, the attack on Guatemala. In February 1954, a State Department memorandum had posited, the minimum United States objective at Caracas with respect to the communist item is to achieve adoption of a resolution which will lay groundwork for subsequent positive action against Guatemala by the Organization of American States. Our maximum objective would be the adoption, should conditions permit, of effective multilateral measures against Guatemala. By the time the conference convened, U.S. policymakers, aware of the Latin American suspicions, had decided to focus on the minimum objective outlined in the February memo, the adoption of a resolution which, without mentioning Guatemala by name, would in effect express the serious concern of the OAS over the penetration of communism in Guatemala and would lay the necessary groundwork for subsequent positive multilateral action. The mere prospect of collective sanctions, they reasoned, would demoralize Arbenz supporters in Guatemala. It was only fitting that Secretary Dulles, in preparing his keynote speech for Caracas, sought the assistance of his brother Alan, the director of the CIA. For as the seat of one of the most repressive dictatorships of the hemisphere, Caracas was not the most appropriate venue for a meeting of the OAS, an organization that boasted about its devotion to democracy. In Latin America, several legislative assemblies, labor and political organizations, and major newspapers had demanded that if Pérez Jiménez wanted to host the conference, he must first free his political prisoners and restore basic political freedoms. President Figueres was blunt: Costa Rica would not send a delegation to Caracas. Few in the United States had shared these scruples. The U.S. Congress, vociferous on behalf of Guatemalan democracy, was apparently unaware that Pérez Jiménez was a dictator. The State Department firmly supported meeting in the Venezuelan capital and denounced any contrary view as interference in the internal affairs of a sister republic. To many Latin Americans, this lofty stance was a poor disguise. Washington's best friends in the hemisphere were the dictators, men like Pérez Jiménez. Their cynicism was well founded. I was glad we were meeting in Venezuela. Secretary Dulles told a House committee. Venezuela is a country which has adopted the kind of policies which we think that the other countries of South America should adopt. Namely, they have adopted policies which provide in Venezuela a climate which is attractive to foreign capital to come in. If all Latin America followed suit, the danger of communism and social disorder would disappear. President Eisenhower had honored the dictator with the Legion of Merit for his spirit of collaboration and friendship toward the United States, his encouragement of the expansion of foreign investments, his constant concern toward the problem of communist infiltration, and his recognition of the similarity of interests of the United States and Venezuela. The jails of Venezuela were still packed with political prisoners, and the ruthless repression continued as the delegations of the United States and 19 Latin American republics assembled in the magnificent aula magna of the University of Caracas. At 4 p.m. on March 1, 1954, as Pérez Jiménez welcomed his illustrious guests, the 10th Inter-American Conference opened. The battle would now begin. The Guatemalan delegation had left for Caracas optimistic. We were confident, recalls Foreign Minister Guillermo Torriello, that the countries of Latin America would rally around us and reject Dulles' proposal because that was the only way to preserve the inter-American system. Mexico, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, and probably Bolivia would vote with Guatemala, several other countries would abstain, and Dulles' resolution would fall short of the required two-thirds majority. Registered. This was also the thinking of Arbenz and most leaders of his administration, including those of the PGT. This confidence had sustained them through the first 2 months of 1954, as the press, the Congress, and the administration of the United States intensified their verbal onslaught, and the pressure became brutal. Caracas would demonstrate to the Americans, and to those Guatemalans whose loyalty was increasingly frayed, that Latin America stood behind Guatemala, firm in defense of the principle of non-intervention. For weeks now, Diario de Centro America had been delivering this message of hope to a population that heard only dire warnings from the opposition press. Today it is Guatemala, wrote DCA. Who knows what country will be next? This is the burning question on the minds of all Latin American officials, while their people are demanding that they resist anything that smacks of aggression against Guatemala. At Caracas, Dulles would be defeated. On March 4, Foster Dulles addressed the conference. He quoted Bolívar, stressed Eisenhower's deep concern for the economic well-being of Latin America, and assailed the international communist conspiracy that threatened the hemisphere. The danger mounts, he warned, and he proffered his anti-communist resolution. Its key passage read, "The domination or control of the political institutions of any American state by the international communist movement would constitute a threat to the sovereignty and political independence of the American states, endangering the peace of America, and would call for appropriate action in accordance with existing treaties." Among these existing treaties was that of Rio, which stipulated that diplomatic and economic sanctions were mandatory when supported by a two-thirds majority. Torriello rose to respond. Never before had a banana republic dared to challenge the United States in an international forum. Dulles had spoken of the menace of communism, but Torriello spoke of the menace of the United States. Dulles had sought to enrobe his country in the Pan-American mantle, but Torriello assailed the arrogant meddling of the United States in the internal affairs of the Latin American republics. Dulles's resolution, he argued, was not aimed at a threat from across the seas, it was aimed at Guatemala. It sought to legitimize aggression. Guatemala's only sin, Torriello concluded, was its attempt to assert its sovereignty. The applause that greeted Torriello's speech, wrote the New York Times, was almost twice as long as that received by Dulles. He said many of the things some of the rest of us would like to say if we dared, observed a South American delegate. At Caracas, Torriello became a hero, but he had been dragged to glory. For he spoke words that he had not intended to speak. At Arbenz's request, a few weeks before the conference convened, the Foreign Ministry and the PGT had each presented a draft of the address that Torriello would deliver at Caracas. One was prepared by José Luis Mendoza, a senior Foreign Ministry official, the other was written for the PGT by Piero Gleijeses, a man of evident literary talents. 2 Mendoza sought to avoid a direct challenge to the United States and wrote in sober, legalistic terms. Over Torriello's objections, Arbenz chose Piero Gleijeses' draft, more passionate, more direct, openly crying out the bitterness of Guatemala's wounded nationalism and its abhorrence of U.S. arrogance. As the Guatemalan delegation left for Caracas, Arbenz was uneasy. Would Torriello, who did not belong to his inner circle, spurn his instructions and deliver Mendoza's speech? When Julio Estrada de la Hoz, Secretary General of the PAR, left Guatemala to join the delegation at Caracas, he received an urgent message from Arbenz. he must make sure that Trujillo obeyed his orders. In Caracas, Estrada de Lajas found the delegation in turmoil. Two of its members, Carlos González Orellana and Julio G6 Padilla, were preparing to return to Guatemala in protest. Trujillo had decided to use Mendoza's draft. But on March 5, when Trujillo addressed the conference, his speech was that of Guerra Borges. Estrada de Lajas' intervention had succeeded. In 1944, Trujillo had been one of the most impassioned speakers of the youth that had challenged Ubico. As ambassador to Washington from 1952 to January 1954, however, he had sought to assuage the Americans' growing anger. Now at Caracas, listening to the thunderous applause that greeted his speech, he reverted to the young man of 1944. Eagerly assuming, then and forever, full credit for a speech he had been loath to deliver, he spoke, throughout the conference, with passion and daring. The brilliant Trujillo praised a Mexican magazine, played the music we love and attacked the things we hate, registered the duel between Trujillo and the American Secretary of State dominated the first half of the conference. Foster Dulles, Eisenhower had noted in his diary, is not particularly persuasive in presentation and, at times, seems to have a curious lack of understanding as to how his words and manner may affect another personality. To most Latin Americans and to a handful of sensitive U.S. observers, these traits were very much in evidence at Caracas. After days of debate, it was clear that the democratic and semi-democratic governments of Latin America, notably Uruguay, Chile, Mexico, and Argentina, were unimpressed with Dulles's arguments. Among Washington's staunchest supporters were Trujillo, Somoza, Pérez Jiménez, and Batista. It was embarrassing to see all the minor dictatorships of Latin America rush to support the United States, complained Hispanic American Report *degree from Montevideo. Marca expressed the same truth more sardonically. It is in Caracas, once the proud city of Bolívar, now the domain of Pérez Jiménez, that a conference to promote peace and assail dictatorship is being held. The representatives of Trujillo, Batista, and Adria are leading the democratic wave. Even Dulles conceded to a closed congressional hearing that the support of the so-called dictator countries was sometimes a bit embarrassing. 3. After rejecting wide-ranging amendments submitted by Mexico, Argentina, and Uruguay, Dulles consented to an insignificant change proposed by Colombia. Henceforth, the last sentence of his key paragraph would read, and would call for a meeting of consultation to consider the adoption of appropriate action in accordance with existing treaties. He also tacked a final paragraph onto the resolution. This declaration of foreign policy made by the American republics in relation to dangers originating outside this hemisphere is designed to protect and not to impair the inalienable right of each American state freely to choose its own form of government and economic system and to live its own social and cultural life. On March 13, the resolution was approved. 17 countries voted in favor. Argentina and Mexico abstained. Costa Rica was absent, but Figueres immediately endorsed the resolution. Guatemala cast the lone negative vote. The additional paragraph, remarks an American scholar, made the resolution either inconsistent or meaningless. This was not the view of the U.S. press, however, which hailed the vote as a triumph for Secretary Dulles, for the United States and for common sense in the Western Hemisphere. Nor was it the view of Dulles and his delegation. We didn't see it as a major qualifier. It was primarily Latin American window dressing. Somehow they have to stress their independence degree, and it was certainly not the view of the Latin Americans themselves. We contributed our approval without enthusiasm, without optimism, and without feeling that we were contributing to the adoption of a constructive measure, averred a Uruguayan delegate. Caracas, lamented the prominent Mexican jurist Isidro Fabela. Marks a deplorable assault on the principle of non-intervention, which is the keystone of Pan-Americanism. How could the qualifier be significant when everyone knew that the people and the government of the United States believed that no communist regime could ever be established with the consent of the governed, and the mere possibility of such a regime, to paraphrase Congressman Jackson, was considered evidence of aggression as flagrant as if it had been perpetrated by Soviet bayonets. The Caracas Resolution did not specify how to determine if a country was dominated by international communism. Today against Guatemala, later against another wayward country, the United States could invoke the resolution to summon a meeting of OAS foreign ministers and demand the imposition of multilateral sanctions. And if the Latin Americans had failed to restrain the United States at Caracas, asked Fabella, what guarantee was there that they could mount a more effective resistance at a later date? It would not be impossible for the United States to get the necessary two-thirds majority. There are dictators in our Latin America who are beholden to Washington. Registered the imposing majority that voted for the Caracas Resolution had not been swayed by, as 7ime patriotically averred, the intellectual force of Dulles' arguments. 3 They had surrendered, instead, to very severe arm twisting. Foster Dulles, recalls a senior U.S. official, spared no effort and spared no blandishment to get this Caracas Resolution through. Decades of submission and sordid calculations. The hope of receiving a quid pro quo on economic issues ensured the pitiful capitulation. Those Latin Americans who had sold Guatemala for the lure of US dollars were robbed of the payment. 1 hour after his resolution had been approved, Dulles boarded the plane back to Washington. His abrupt departure, comments a member of his delegation, was seen by the Latin Americans as one more example of callous U.S. indifference to their economic problems. Manners aside, the Secretary's continued presence would have served no purpose. The U.S. delegation had nothing to offer on economic matters. It made only one concession: a special meeting of the Economic and Social Council of the OAS would be held to address the Latin Americans' concerns in Rio de Janeiro in late 1954. It was with deep frustration that the Latin American delegates left Caracas at the end of March. Caracas was a fiasco, blurted the foreign minister of El Salvador with uncharacteristic boldness. Nothing was achieved in economic matters. The resolution should have been accompanied by constructive agreements on economic matters. What we need is better prices for our raw materials. Only with better prices will we be able to give a better life to our people in Guatemala. Tens of thousands greeted Torriello as he marched from the airport to the presidential palace, a flag in his hand. Our delegates bring us a great moral victory, stated Arbenz in his welcoming speech. Even many anti-government Guatemalans, reported DCM Krieg, got a feeling of perverse national pride from the spectacle of Willie Torriello standing up to Mr. Dulles. As with the January plot revelations, moral victory was overshadowed by a psychological defeat. At Caracas, the delegates of Mexico and Argentina had spoken with passion against Dulles's resolution, but they had abstained from voting against it. Other delegations, like that of Uruguay, had openly expressed their displeasure, yet they had voted with Dulles. 17 votes in favor, 1 against. It was a crushing defeat. While Arbenz stressed that at Caracas not only did we not surrender our independence, but we voiced the hopes of all the peoples of Latin America, many of his supporters, civilians as well as military, somberly reflected that moral victories and the applause of spectators are of little help against a powerful aggressor. At Caracas, our delegates were courageous, and we applauded them, recalls a Guatemalan officer, but the net effect of the conference on most Guatemalans was fear. It was all part of the psychological warfare against Guatemala. Our moral victory was Pyrrhic * for all his brave words, for all his efforts to inspire confidence. Arbenz himself was deeply shaken by the vote. The whoops of triumph in the United States, and the expressions of regret and fear in Latin America provided the Greek chorus. Guatemala, standing alone, was being led inexorably to her fate. Our ship had been crippled, we were slipping with dignity beneath the waves, Maria de Arbenz remembers. Yes, this is the way the bell tolls. The fact that Dulles succeeded despite his rude behavior made the situation seem even more hopeless to Arbenz supporters. American brazenness had not rallied the Latin American delegates. If an emboldened Eisenhower should strike Guatemala, what would the sister republics do? They would lament the aggression, certainly, but their lamentations would be of little comfort. The Guatemalans would pay the price of their loyalty to President Arbenz. Some revolutionary politicians responded to the rising American threat with spasms of nationalism. Many more rued Arben's defiant stance. The president's ties with the PGT, always distasteful, were now dangerous. Inchoate ideas floated among many administration politicians: the revolution must take a step backward in order to pacify Washington, Arbenz should loosen his ties with the communists, some PGT leaders should leave the country for an extended period of study, others should renounce their positions in the bureaucracy, the agrarian reform should be slowed, if not altogether halted. Few dared broach these ideas with Arbenz. When they did, the reaction was so negative as to paralyze any further attempt. Deep malaise descended over the revolutionary camp. Without openly breaking with the regime, many politicians began to distance themselves from it. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them and to most of his government, Arbenz had a daring plan. Chapter 13. The agony of the regime. The United States had refused to sell weapons from Guatemala since 1949. In 1951 it began to frustrate the attempts of the Arbenz administration to buy weapons from other countries, to the dismay of the Guatemalan officer corps. This dismay, however, was not shared by Jacobo Arbenz, his public protestations notwithstanding. Jacobo was not eager to buy weapons for the army, recalls his wife. He was afraid that the officers would become overconfident and use them against him or the people. Nevertheless, in October 1953, when Arbenz learned from the documents delivered by Delgado that the United States was plotting his overthrow, he and the Secretariat of the PGT responded with a desperate gamble. Secretly, they would import weapons from Czechoslovakia, and secretly, some of these weapons would be given to the PGT to arm workers' militias should the need arise. It would be the first time that Arbenz had breached the army's monopoly of weapons and the first time that a Soviet bloc country had sent arms to the Western Hemisphere. The project was dangerous, for its discovery could trigger a military coup. But Arbenz felt he had little choice. Fear of the United States threatened to undermine the army's loyalty. Strict secrecy would be maintained. The military would learn that the weapons had reached Guatemala only after the arms earmarked for the PGT had been spirited away. It would not be told the true origin of the shipment. No cabinet member would be informed. The PGT alone knew of the operation. On November 16, an opposition paper reported that Fortuny had been spotted a week earlier in Mexico City boarding a plane for Vienna. He had been on his way to Moscow to participate in the November 7 celebrations of the 36th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, responded the PGT Daily, Tribuna Popular *. The U.S. Embassy in Guatemala conscientiously relayed the information to Washington. It became an article of faith for U.S. officials that in November 1953 Fortuny had gone to the Soviet Union. And yet, as Ronald Schneider has pointed out, Tribuna Popular did not explain how Fortuny could be in Mexico on the 9th and get to Moscow by the 7th, that is, in time for the celebrations. In fact, Fortuny was headed for Prague. Soon after his arrival, Fortuny was received by Antonin Novotny, first secretary of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. I told Novotny, he recalls, about the dangers that Guatemala was facing, and I asked him if Czechoslovakia would sell weapons to us. Fortuny also explained that the weapons were not destined for the army alone, but that we would keep some of them in case it became necessary to arm the people. If Novotny agreed, a Guatemalan military expert would arrange the details of the transaction later. Novotny was profuse in his expressions of sympathy for the struggle of the Guatemalan people. His government would study Fortuny's request. He told me that he could not make any promises, but that I should trust him, and he assured me, "You will not leave empty-handed." Fortuny waited. I thought that they would reply in a week or two at most, but after more than 15 days had gone by, I decided that the Czechs must be consulting the Soviets, and I asked them to arrange a trip to Moscow for me. I didn't tell them, but I had decided that it would be better if I talked directly to the Russians. The Czechs were non-committal, they would transmit his request, they said. A few days later, a curt answer arrived. They told me that it was not necessary to go to Moscow. 10 more days passed before Fortuny was finally informed that Czechoslovakia would sell weapons to Guatemala. On January 8, 1954, he was back home after an absence of more than 2 months. The unexpected length of his stay in Prague, Fortuny believes, was due to the fact that his hosts consulted Moscow, that both they and the Russians knew little of Guatemala, had only loose ties with the PGT, and had more pressing concerns than the plight of Jacobo Arbenz. On January 19, 1954, a few days after Fortuny's return, an incident surprised Guatemalan and foreign observers alike: the mysterious departure of retired Army Major Alfonso Martinez, the head of the National Agrarian Department. Registered Martinez had boarded a plane for Mexico, explaining that his final destination was Switzerland. No family members or government officials accompanied him to the airport, noted Laura. His departure, stressed El Impartial, took government officials by surprise. Rumors spread. In view of Martinez's prominence and of the well-known fact that he was a close friend and protégé of Arbenz, the incident attracted attention in Guatemala and abroad. Some believed that Martinez, who had never fully recovered from a serious wound received at the Puente de la Gloria on July 18, 1949, had left for medical reasons. Many more, including the U.S. Embassy and the New York Times, were suspicious. It was no secret that Martinez resented the growing influence of the Communists in his Department of Agrarian Reform. It was also common knowledge that on January 18, the day before he left, Martinez had had lunch with Arbenz in a fashionable restaurant on the outskirts of the capital. No one had overheard their conversation, but they had appeared tense, agitated. They seemed to be quarreling. The explanation was obvious: they had been arguing, Laura stated, about matters related to the agrarian reform and, one in particular, the role of the PGT. Arbenz had sided with the Communists. The next day, Martinez had left Guatemala. Lively rumors, reported the U.S. Embassy on February 1, continued to circulate in the press and among the public throughout the week, and those gaining the widest credence held that Martinez had clashed with President Arbenz's pro-communist views and had decided or been told to get out of the country. No one told the story with more flair than the influential Diario de Hoy in neighboring El Salvador. Like so many other politicians in Guatemala, Alfonso Martinez had flirted with the Communists. He cynically encouraged them, naively believing that it would always be possible to control them. He, like many others, ignored the fact that the Reds are Frankensteins who destroy those who help them. A disgraced Martinez had now fled Guatemala, to seek refuge in democratic Switzerland. Diario de Hoy saw it as a cautionary tale. Martinez was able to escape from the Communists' clutches, but few have been so lucky. All those Central American leaders who flirt with the Reds should be forewarned. On February 20, however, Martinez returned to Guatemala. Smiling and relaxed at a press conference, he explained that he had been in a Swiss sanatorium attending to a heart problem. I didn't even visit Rome or Paris, for in fact, he was returning from Prague, the one and only destination of his trip. Arbenz had asked Martinez to handle the technical aspects of the arms sale. The selection of Martinez, who had pressing and important duties as head of the agrarian reform, illustrates the extent of Arbenz's alienation from the officer corps. The 31-year-old Martinez was his friend. He was not a man of the left, but he owed his high position to Arbenz alone. The bond between them had been sealed by the death of Arana. It had been Martinez whom Arbenz had sent to arrest the rebel colonel on July 18, 1949. His loyalty and discretion were proven. Keenly intelligent, he would conduct the sensitive mission with skill. Arbenz believed that no other officer had comparable credentials. The secret of the mission would be best guarded, Arbenz concluded, if it were thought that Martinez had left Guatemala because of an NFT with him. Hence the circumstances of Martinez's departure. He left without informing his closest aides. No government official went to the airport to see him off. Once he had gone, the authorities remained silent for several days as rumors spread. Only belatedly did they issue a brief communiqué. Extraneous events facilitated the deception. Martinez's relations with the PGT were indeed strained. Moreover, Guatemala City was tense. On January 11, Pura Voi's Time interview had appeared. In late January several plotters were arrested, and then the conspiracy abetted by the government of the North was revealed. Even implausible rumors became credible. Arbenz added a personal touch to the ploy. He and Martinez were not quarreling when they lunched together on January 18. They were acting, and Arbenz had purposefully chosen one of the most fashionable restaurants as the stage. The following day, after Martinez had boarded his plane, the luncheon quarrel and the departure would be linked. What was not faked, however, was Martinez's satisfaction when he returned to Guatemala. Not only had the secret been maintained, but he brought back the news that Prague would soon send 2,000 tons of light weapons seized from the Germans in the Second World War. Captured German equipment was common in Europe and would mask the identity of the supplier. Copyright the checks would arrange the transportation. Payment, Martinez later explained, was made directly from the Banco de Guatemala to a secret account at the Union de Banques Suisses in Zurich. The first dispatch of weapons from the Soviet bloc to Latin America was neither a gift nor a loan. It was a sale, to be paid, at once, in cash. Meanwhile, a debate was unfolding within the secretariat of the PGT. It had begun in early 1954, and it reached its climax in the weeks following Caracas. Guatemala was besieged. How should the party respond? Registered for Alfredo Guerra Borges, for Bernardo Alvarado Mon 6N, for Mario Silva Janama, for José Luis Ramos and for Alejandro, the Secretariat's non-voting Cuban advisor. Only one answer was possible: the revolution must accelerate. Too much effort had been spent, too many successes had been achieved, time and again the forces of reaction had been defeated. Guatemala could not capitulate to U.S. imperialism, the revolutionaries could not retreat. They drew comfort from the weakness of the domestic opposition and from their faith in the population's growing revolutionary fervor. And so the revolutionary process surged forward. The pace of the agrarian reform was accelerated in January 1954, particularly in the important department of Escuintla, where the PGT had considerable influence. While their eyes scanned the horizon for the ship with its secret cargo, these leaders of the PGT intended, with Arbenz's support, to create as many faits accomplis as possible and to stiffen the will of the people. Fortuny found himself isolated within the secretariat that he had once dominated. He had fully supported the decision to buy weapons from Czechoslovakia. Yet, as the weeks passed, he felt that his friends were failing to grasp the gravity of the threat facing Guatemala. He agreed with them that the regime could handily repel the forthcoming invasion led by Castillo Armas, but this, he believed, was only the overture. Washington would respond to Castillo Armas's defeat by intensifying its aggression, even, if necessary, by sending in the troops. There was no way that Guatemala alone could defeat a U.S. invasion, and Guatemala was alone. Caracas had exposed her isolation, and the messages of support that had poured in from politicians, intellectuals, and trade unionists of several Latin American countries were of little solace. Searching for a viable policy, Fortuny decided that the party should exercise self-restraint, the pace of the agrarian reform should not be accelerated, those communists in highly visible government positions should resign for reasons of health, and the government and the PGT should moderate their rhetoric. He hoped that such steps would give pause to the United States so that after the defeat of Castillo Armas, Eisenhower would hesitate before ordering more extreme measures. The lines of the debate were confused. Fortuny was hesitant. He was afraid that he might appear defeatist, and he was afraid that his policy had very little chance of success, that it was too little, too late. In the past, his self-assurance had been a powerful weapon, now it was shaken, and the other members of the Secretariat argued with the fervor of desperation. In his Autocritica, written a year after Arbenz fell, Fortuny bears the doubts that enfeebled his warnings. I was aware that my influence in the Secretariat was waning. I was also worried that my views might be considered cowardly and that they would split the political commission at a time when unity was essential. But also, I was not sure of myself, I was not sure that I was right. These were my inner thoughts, and I made the mistake of not voicing them. Degree sickness also sapped Fortuny's strength. But more debilitating was his growing sense of impotence. His calls for self-restraint were spurned. On May I, there was the traditional workers' parade, purportedly organized by the labor confederations, but directed in fact by the PGT. A gigantic portrait of Ho Chi Minh opened the march and set the tone. This was a flagrant rejection of Fortuny's advice that the government should moderate its tone, a rejection made more painful by the fact that he had not even been consulted. For some time, Fortuny recalls, he had been considering stepping down, at least temporarily, from the leadership of a secretariat he no longer led. The only alternative was to bring the disagreements within the Secretariat to the attention of the Political Commission and the Central Committee of the PGT. This, he believed, would have been divisive precisely when unity was imperative. The move would have been particularly unjustified, he may have felt, since he was not confident that he had a viable policy to offer. He was also aware that most members of the CC and the Political Commission supported the stance of the majority of the Secretariat. Fortuny, Alejandro counters, did not resign of his own accord. He was asked to resign. The other members of the Secretariat considered him burnt out. For his poor health provided a convenient pretext. In two sessions of the Secretariat, one in late April, the other in early May, Fortuny repeated his reservations. I was worried that the party might go beyond what was realistically possible, and no longer take into account the objective conditions of the struggle, the political level of the people, or the constraints on the government. Then he and the other Secretariat members agreed on the immediate solution. I would be temporarily relieved of my post as Secretary General for medical reasons. He would remain, however, as the link between the party and Arbenz. The decision was relayed to the Political Commission and the CC of the PGT. The explanation focused on Fortuny's poor health and only alluded to political differences. On May 27, the PGT publicly announced Fortuny's temporary withdrawal. Bernardo Alvarado Monzo 6N would be Secretary General ad interim. Arbenz was not aware of the debate within the Secretariat. It is true, Fortuny stressed in his Autocritica, that President Arbenz and I were very close friends. That we talked of very personal matters, but I did not discuss internal party business with him. Fortuny's resignation was a blow to Arbenz. Jacobo knew Fortuny wasn't telling him the whole truth, recalls Dona Maria, but he respected Fortuny's discretion, and he didn't pursue the matter. But it did bother him. One may wonder whether Fortuny's silence was due solely to discretion. Had Fortuny been more sure that he had an alternative to offer, he might have been less reticent. As it was, until mid-June, roughly until Castillo Armas attacked, the two friends maintained a mutual silence about their worst fears, each perhaps wary of demoralizing the other, each perhaps afraid that had he voiced his deepest fears they would have become more real. Arbenz, like the PGT, believed that the army would remain loyal if faced with Castillo Armas. Like Fortuny, he looked beyond the exiles' attack. What would the United States do after Castillo's Armas's defeat? Caracas had shaken him. Now we are truly in danger, he confided in a rare moment of openness to an old friend, Colonel Terencio Guillen, governor of the Department of Escuintla. We must press on with the agrarian reform. We have to get tangible benefits for the people, benefits that it will be very hard to take away. Please help me. We must do as much as we can. One suspects that had Arbenz sat on the Secretariat of the PGT, he would have sided against Fortuny, not because he did not share his fears, but because he saw no salvation in retreat. We cannot relent, he told Guillen. It is better to remain at our posts until we are overwhelmed than to retreat. If we must, let us die fighting. If we waver, we will be routed. In public and in private, Arbenz sought to strengthen the morale of the population and to rally administration politicians who fervently hoped for a step backward. In his March 1 annual message to Congress, in his address welcoming the return of the Caracas delegation, in his May speech, he spoke as a man who was self-assured and in control. The revolution faced external difficulties, he conceded, but these could be overcome through firmness, not retreat. He stood by his policies, he warned, and there would be no step backward. The U.S. Embassy found him defiant, but neither shrill nor petulant degree, yet Arbenz was anxious. He alternated between waves of deep pessimism and surges of optimism. His optimism, notes his wife, who was his closest confidant through those harrowing weeks, was a means of self-defense. It was better to grasp at straws than to be defeated psychologically before the final battle. 5 In fact, Arbenz lived in a private world fraught with ghosts and contradictions, and nowhere were these contradictions more apparent than in the decision to import arms from Czechoslovakia. The weapons would build the morale of an army that had long been frustrated in its desire for new materiel. They would also increase its capacity to defeat a U.S.-sponsored invasion of Guatemala. Yet the decision to set aside some of the weapons derived from mistrust of the very institution that would be strengthened by the remainder. In one stroke, Arbenz and the PGT were providing for a workers' militia they knew the army would never countenance, and they were giving the army weapons to crush it should it appear. Arbenz, Fortuny, and the other members of the PGT Secretariat were groping tensely and awkwardly for a way to save the revolution, but their political instincts had been dulled by the relentless pressure from Washington. And their enemies were circling. Among them was Archbishop Russell Y. Arellano, the highest Catholic authority in the land. On April 9, he issued a pastoral letter. Read in every church and echoed in the opposition press and radio stations, the pastoral was, in effect, a call to rebellion. We again raise our voice to alert Catholics that anti-Christian communism, the worst atheist doctrine of all time, is stalking our country under the cloak of social justice. We warn you that those whom the communists help today, they will condemn to forced labor and terrible suffering tomorrow. Everyone who loves his country must fight against those who, loyal to no country, the scum of the earth, have repaid Guatemala's generous hospitality by fomenting class hatred, in preparation for the day of destruction and slaughter which they anticipate with such enthusiasm. Guatemala must rise as one against this enemy of God and country. Degree. In vain did the nuncio, who had not been consulted about the pastoral, urge Russell Y. Arellano to soften his rhetoric. Months of tension between the two clergymen culminated in a very violent clash. Russell Y. Arellano pressed forward with the attack. Any relationship between the church and the government of Guatemala has ceased to exist, he told the New York Times Register. He failed to mention that his attack was part of a larger effort. The timing and the venom of the pastoral were weapons in the rising war of nerves orchestrated by the planners of PBSUCCESS. While Russell Y. Arellano's pastoral resonated through the churches of the Republic, other Guatemalans were training in CIA camps in Nicaragua and Honduras, and still others were the guests of the CIA at OPA Laca, a semi-abandoned Air Force base near Miami. In command at OPA Laca was Al Haney, a handsome, rugged six-footer, with a pugnacious personality. In October 1953, Alan Dulles had summoned Haney from Seoul, where he was CIA station chief, to take charge of the day-to-day conduct of PBSUCCESS. Under his vigorous leadership, OPA Laca became the nerve center of the operation. He got all the funds, recalls an agent who was on the scene. Closely supervising and directing the work of the CIA stations in Central America, Haney steadily increased his autonomy, to the rising irritation of Frank Wisner, who was in charge of PBSUCCESS in Washington. It was, explains Richard Bissell, a system of double headquarters that led to a lot of squabbling. It was a mistake that we avoided in the Bay of Pigs operation. OPA Laca was used again, but there was only one headquarters, Washington, period. Among the CIA officials who worked under Haney was Howard Hunt. Hunt, who enjoyed modest fame as a writer of spy thrillers, later gained notoriety when he was arrested in the Democratic Party headquarters in the Watergate during LB's success. He served as political action officer. He was flamboyant, intelligent, and articulate. He also had, notes a colleague, a penchant for the devious was apparent in almost every conversation. For example, most propaganda undertaken covertly is handled in this fashion only because it cannot be handled overtly, but Howard was inclined to consider the option of using the Department of State only if the effort was not possible by CIA stealth. The propaganda put out by the CIA during PBSUC's had more than a touch of the melodrama that characterized Hunt's thrillers. And it is to the misfortune of historians that Hunt, certainly the most loquacious of the CIA agents who participated in the operation, demonstrated the same penchant for the devious and love of the melodramatic in his accounts of the plot. The planners of PBSUCCESs had counted on the collaboration of Honduras and Nicaragua. Honduras was key, as it would serve as the launching pad of the invasion, but President Gálvez and his associates lacked the requisite zeal and backbone. They required constant prodding. Not to worry, Whiting Willauer was there. In February 1954, just as a handful of CIA instructors began training a few dozen exiles in a finca near Tegucigalpa, Willauer arrived at his post. He had learned about communism at first hand. As General Claire Chennault's right-hand man in the Civil Air Transport Company, he had worked with the CIA and the Chinese nationalists in the late 1940s. In the process he had witnessed the communist triumph in China. Degree entries in the log of C.D. Jackson, a senior White House aide who worked very closely with the CIA, suggest that in the spring of 1953 Willauer was a leading contender for the post of ambassador to Guatemala. They also indicate that Frank Wisner was deeply involved in the selection process. As late as July, some authors suggest that Willauer, who was a Republican, lost to Purifoy, a Democrat, because the administration preferred to have a member of the opposition party on the front line should PBSUCCS fail. While Willauer was being considered as ambassador to Guatemala, Purifoy was the leading candidate to be ambassador to Honduras. Given the importance of the operation, it is more likely that the administration chose Purifoy because he was considered the better man. Degree C. U.S. Congress, Communist Threat, p. 866. Whelan, who had developed close personal ties to Somoza, was one of the handful of Truman's political appointees who survived Dulles' 1953 purge of the State Department. In his testimony, Willauer included Robert Hill, the ambassador to Costa Rica from late 1953 to late 1954, in the team. Hill himself declined the honor. Immerman, the only scholar to have examined this issue, notes that documents refer to him in connection with the Guatemalan project. He cites an April 1, 1958 letter by C.D. Jackson, who was well informed about LB's success. "Dear Ambassador Hill was the character," wrote Jackson, "who made so much trouble for us in his previous post." Immerman's other major item of evidence is an April 21, 1958 memo, again by Jackson, that mentions all the trouble we had with Hill when he was in Guatemala. The following points must, however, be borne in mind. LB's success assigned no active role to Costa Rica. 2. Hill's appointment was not engineered by the CIA. It was due, rather, to Styles Bridges, the powerful Republican senator from his home state of New Hampshire, who was friendly with Hill's family and respected Hill as a successful young businessman. 3. Hill never served in Guatemala. While C.D. Jackson's April 21, 1958, memo mentions all the trouble we had with Hill when he was in Guatemala, the enclosures that Jackson attached to the memo indicate that he meant El Salvador. The trouble did not have to do with PBSUCCESS, but with an intemperate attack that Hill made in the Salvadoran press against Times critical reporting on Salvadoran affairs, the unfortunate inaccuracy and often fraudulent articles written. So they would allow this revolutionary activity to continue. Based in Honduras, President Gálvez and his government were eager to see Arbenz overthrown, but they were afraid of what would happen if Castillo Armas failed. They feared the Guatemalans, and they feared their own people. In fact, explained Willauer, they were scared to death about the possibilities of themselves being overthrown. And so Willauer, flaunting the power of the United States and his own aggressive personality, did his best to cajole and bully his hosts and keep them in line. And in line they stood. There was no need to bully Somoza, the dictator was eager and enthusiastic. In February 1954, the CIA opened 2 training camps in Nicaragua, at Momotumbo, an island in Lake Managua, and at El Tamarindo, a Somoza estate. Meanwhile, at an abandoned airstrip near Puerto Cabezas, a handful of Guatemalan pilots was training for Castillo Armas's Air Force, while the CIA gathered the planes through dummy companies. Since the planners of success were eager to give the impression that the rebels had bought the planes on the international market, the rebel Air Force finally consisted of a motley assortment of a dozen or so World War II P-47s and C-47s.5*. Most of the pilots were Americans hired by the C. Tamarindo and at Momotumbo. PBS-UCCS called for 200 to 300 men to invade Guatemala on D-Day. In the preceding weeks, 150 Hornets would infiltrate the country with recruits from the home front. They would organize a 5th column that would strike as soon as the invasion had begun. The would-be saboteurs learned their trade at El Tamarindo, whereas a couple hundred invaders were whipped into shape at Momotumbo. We trained for about 6 weeks, recalls Eduardo Terracina, a close aide of Castillo Armas who reached Momotumbo in March. Our instructors were taciturn, friendly Americans whom we knew only by first name. They told us when we arrived that the invasion would begin in May. Registered as the training progressed, the host, President Somoza, was very much in the news. Prominently featured with him was his nemesis, Figueres of Costa Rica. On April 5, the Nicaraguan government announced the discovery of an armed band of approximately 25 men who had been preparing an attack on Somoza, pursued by the National Guard. Some had been killed, some had been captured, and others had escaped. The plot was no CIA concoction to implicate Arbenz in an attack on his peaceful neighbor. The agency, in this case, was innocent, as was Somoza. Arbenz was equally innocent, and so were his communist friends, but it soon became evident that the plotters, who had entered Nicaragua from Costa Rica, had benefited from the complicity of high Costa Rican officials, even, perhaps, Figueres himself. Somoza was delighted to blame Arbenz for the plot, but he also wanted revenge against Figueres. His approach was straightforward: damn them both. Arbenz, he pointed out, was a communist, but then, so was Figueres, who has been secretly conniving for many years with Soviet agents based in Guatemala and other Caribbean countries. Both belonged to the international communist conspiracy that had targeted him because he was the foremost anti-communist leader of Central America. Registered therefore, argued Somoza, a meeting of OAS foreign ministers should be convened to consider sanctions against both Costa Rica and Guatemala. Without first consulting the United States, he approached Honduras and El Salvador to inquire whether they would be willing to back the Nicaraguan request. Busy as they were cinching the noose around Arbenz, the planners of success now had to placate the infuriated dictator. Gently, but firmly, Washington reminded Somoza that Arbenz was the target and that an OAS conference condemning both Guatemala and Costa Rica would deflect attention from this primary concern. Reluctantly, Somoza relented. On May 6 the Nicaraguan delivered another bombshell. A large cache of weapons had just been discovered on the country's Pacific coast. A few days earlier, he added, a mysterious submarine had been sighted in the area. For anyone who couldn't divine the source of the weapons and the nationality of the submarine, a clue was obligingly provided: the arms were stamped with a hammer and sickle. Registered the weapons had, in fact, been planted by the CIA, with Somoza's enthusiastic complicity. Copyright. The ploy, however, was too crude to have much value as propaganda and received only limited attention at the time. While Somoza spluttered, a small group of Guatemalans and their American advisor were setting up camp on a hillside near Managua. The American, David Atlee Phillips, had been living in Chile, where he edited an English-language newspaper and moonlighted for the CIA. Registered in early March 1954, Phillips writes, he had been urgently summoned to the United States and offered a special assignment. A clandestine radio station, which would pretend to be broadcasting from Guatemala, would be set up in Nicaragua. A team of radio technicians, writers, and announcers, including 2 women, was being recruited in Guatemala City. They would come to Florida for planning sessions before going off to the third country where the transmitter was now being erected. I was to act as an advisor to the team. Copyright. He was selected for the job, Phillips believes, because he possessed 2 skills unusual among CIA agents: he spoke flawless Spanish and had acting and broadcasting experience. Degree. For the next few weeks he and his Guatemalan charges were guests of the CIA at OPA Laca. In late April they left for Managua. The facilities were Spartan, the jungle transmitter was being set up in an old cow barn, and living quarters would be in a dilapidated shack. Phillips knew that they had little time. Before leaving, he had been told that the radio had to start broadcasting on May and that Castillo Armas's invasion would begin in mid-June. His Guatemalans, writes Phillips, had just 6 weeks to build toward the climax of their propaganda campaign. Degree. On May, La Voz de la Liberación broadcast its first message, announcing amid popular American songs that the hours of the traitor Jacobo were numbered. The radio reception was excellent, and the country was swept by speculation as to where the station was located and who was its sponsor. The station, claimed its announcers and the Guatemalan opposition press, was operating from inside Guatemala, outwitting Arbenz police. Degree. The broadcasts were useful fodder in the war of nerves, but by mid-May they had lessened in effectiveness, noted the embassy, because of government jamming. The embassy's report was dated May 14. 3 days later, tension in Guatemala reached a new high as the State Department announced that a Swedish ship, the Alfem, had just landed at Puerto Barrios, loaded with arms from behind the Iron Curtain. Registered. It was true. The weapons promised by Novotny were aboard the ship in crates labeled optical equipment. In April, the CIA had learned from an agent in the Polish port of Stettin that military equipment was on its way to a country in the Western Hemisphere. 7-9 Obviously Guatemala. But the CIA lost track of the Alfem as it proceeded along a circuitous route to Puerto Barrios. Registered. Degree. The ship was rediscovered only as it reached Guatemalan waters. On May 16, a few hours after the Alfem's arrival, the State Department instructed its embassy in Stockholm to persuade the Swedish government to order a/Fem sail from Puerto Barrios at once without unloading, while Purifoy was told to encourage IRCA to cause maximum delay while investigating the cargo. US officials were alarmed by the Alfem. They feared that it would strengthen support for Arbenz among the officer corps that longed for new weapons. Its arrival, some analysts have argued, triggered the decision to launch PBS-UCCS, when the A/Fem docked in Puerto Barrios, writes Immerman. Eisenhower and his advisors decided they could no longer delay the authorization to effect PBS-UCCS. Castillo Armas's invasion had to begin before Arbenz distributed the new supplies, either to the peasants or to his cohorts elsewhere in Central America. Registered. The evidence does not support this assertion. Teresina recalls that before the arrival of the Alfem, Castillo Armas had been told that the invasion would begin in May. The date was postponed because we were not ready. Registered. 5 David Phillips, the CIA operative in charge of the clandestine radio, writes in his memoirs that he was told in late April that there were just 6 weeks before the invasion was launched. Degree. Assistant Secretary Holland wrote on April 20, there are possibilities of new developments in the Guatemalan situation between now and the end of June. Registered. Holland was one of the few who knew about LB's success. New developments was, clearly, a guarded reference to the invasion. The evidence suggests that well before the Alfem appeared on the scene, the invasion was planned for May or June. There is no indication that the arrival of the Alfem accelerated its tempo. It did, however, present the planners of PBS-UCCESS with an opportunity they were determined to exploit, Violent condemnations of this flagrant act of aggression by the Soviet Union and its Guatemalan puppet were accompanied by ostentatious measures purportedly designed to protect Nicaragua and Honduras. The United States had signed a mutual security treaty on April 23 with Nicaragua. It now hastened to conclude a similar pact with Honduras registered. On May 24, the Pentagon airlifted 50 tons of weapons to Nicaragua and Honduras. The United States, wrote the New York Times, would be sending additional arms to these two countries that were threatened by Guatemalan aggression or communist subversion registered degree. Other highly publicized military measures were taken rapidly. On May 23, the U.S. Navy dispatched 2 submarines from Key West, saying only that they were going south. 4 days later, the Air Force sent 3 intercontinental bombers, B-36s, to participate in the celebrations for Nicaragua's Army Day, which coincided with Mrs. Somoza's birthday. The B-36, the New York Times stated dryly, is capable of delivering the atomic bomb. As the planes flew overhead, the Nicaraguan crowds cried, "Long live the United States! Long live Somoza!" For Nicaragua, it was a singular distinction. This is the first time, the Times pointed out, that any of the big strategic bombers have taken part in a foreign holiday. Those who sent the planes were not thinking, however, of Mrs. Somoza's birthday. The Goodwill mission, explained a prominent columnist, is merely a maneuver reminiscent of the 1910 muscular diplomacy celebrated by Richard Harding Davis. The bombers flew over Nicaragua, their shadow fell on Guatemala. The State Department, meanwhile, warned that the arrival of Soviet bloc weapons in Guatemala might be in contravention of the Rio Treaty and justify the adoption of sanctions. Registered degree Foster Dulles was eloquent. The extension of Soviet colonialism to this hemisphere would, in the words of the Caracas Resolution, endanger the peace of America. He elaborated, "No member of the Rio Pact gives up what the Charter of the United Nations calls the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense. That right is reserved. Nevertheless, it is contemplated that, if the circumstances permit, there should be an effort, a sincere effort, at collective action, and we would expect to comply with both the letter and the spirit of our country's obligations." Hysteria seized the U.S. Congress and the American press. The threat of communist imperialism is no longer academic, it has arrived, proclaimed the Washington Post in an editorial, which asserted that the shipment of arms from Stettin ought to remove any lingering doubts that Guatemala is the beachhead for active communist designs in the Western Hemisphere. The Wall Street Journal saw the arms as a means of spreading the germ of communism like typhoid Mary, registered while the New York Times speculated about the secret jungle paths along which the ALFEM's machine guns would travel on their way to communist groups in other Central American countries. Only the nation observed that it was Guatemala, rather than its neighbors, that was threatened. Copyright in newspaper articles and in congressional speeches, the Monroe Doctrine was unearthed and batted around. We find that one of our most cherished basic doctrines, which we have long considered to be a protection for North and South American countries, one's now under direct attack by the communists, warned Senator George Smothers. We must decide whether we are to stand on the principle of the Monroe Doctrine or are we to retreat from it and let it become a meaningless memory. Registered. Guatemala endangered the hemisphere. This cargo of arms is like an atom bomb planted in the rear of our backyard, argued Congressman McCormick. It is as if a Soviet ship brought an atom bomb in her hold and berthed at a slip in the New York harbor, calmly confident that at any time it could blow up the city of New York. The bones of American history were rattled in the chambers. If Paul Revere were living today, said Representative William Landtaf, he would view the landing of red arms in Guatemala as a signal to ride and warn the Americas of the present acute danger of communist infiltration in Latin America. Representative Robert Sykes compared the arrival of the ALFEM to Italy's invasion of Ethiopia in 1935 and noted how the failure of the democracies to respond had led to World War II. The storm raged on, as congressman after congressman rose to denounce the Guatemalan regime. The arrival of the ALFEM reignited the issue of the U.S. military missions in Guatemala. On May 18, At 11:38 a.m., Senator William Noland, one of the most powerful Republicans in Congress, phoned Foster Dulles. He was confused, Noland said. He had just realized that we have a military mission. What consistency is there, he asked, in having a mission and at the same time being concerned about the shipment of arms for the army there? Degree 3 Dulles sprang into action. First he phoned his brother. Allen was not in his office, and so by 11:42 a.m. he was on the phone with Allen's deputy, Wisner. The secretary mentioned that he had talked with AWD re keeping the missions in Guatemala, and now thinks new thought could be given to it. AWD has thought up to now it is desirable to keep it there. The seconds referred to Noland's call. The seconds said maybe we should pull them right out. W said one of the Pentagon's thoughts and theirs is that the strongest single bulwark against the communist-controlled government is the army, and this could be used for discussion with the congressman. The second said he has to let his friends on the Hill know what to say. W said they can say we don't know if the arms are for the army. The effect of this might be good as it might make the army mad. Confidentially the seconds can say that the mission, like others we have behind the Iron Curtain, is used as eyes and ears for us. 04. Dulles immediately reported the conversation to Noland. Degree in the afternoon, Allen returned his brother's call. AWD said he is opposed to taking the fellows out of Guatemala. He will be glad to help on the Hill talk to Noland, etc. The only hope is defection there. Degree the CIA prevailed, the military missions were not mentioned in Congress. The furor provoked by the A/FEM in the United States was heightened by the fact that a strike had broken out in early May among the 40,000 workers of United Fruit and Standard Fruit in Honduras, the two American giants that monopolized banana production there. By the time the ALFEM reached Guatemala, the entire northern region, the heart of Honduras's economy, was paralyzed. It was without precedent. Honduras, noted Businessweek, had been an employer's paradise. There were no unions for rural workers and little labor legislation beyond some paper government machinery for settling labor disputes. Degree from Tegucigalpa, Ambassador Willauer had cabled on May 9 that while the Honduran government was likely to maintain control, he had important reservations that day. The State Department had declined to predict developments. Degree 8 on May 13, the Dulles brothers commented, "We may want to send forces. But this is not yet necessary." They both hoped that the strike would be broken. Registered instead, it spread to Tegucigalpa and other towns. On May 23, a panicky President Galvez asked that 2 U.S. warships be stationed off the north coast, ready to land Marines should the need arise. Degree the State Department agreed. The Pentagon had already drawn up plans. From the outset, the Hondurans had claimed that international communism lay behind the strike, and they had singled out Guatemala for blame. There was no proof, but none was needed. Every major labor conflict was, by definition, communist-inspired. The Hondurans also knew that the most effective way to discredit the strikers, and to elicit the support of the United States, was to brandish the red threat and, in particular, the Guatemalan connection. In fact, neither the Guatemalan government nor the PGT had fomented the strike. Their association with it was insignificant. Diario de Centro America expressed support for the strikers, and the CGTG collected a few $100s for them and served as a conduit for a similar amount sent from Mexico by the Confederación de Trabajadores de América Latina * to the Americans. Journalists, congressmen, officials. The strike was too sudden, too well organized, too widespread not to reek of international communism. This strike, proclaimed Senator Mike Mansfield on May 28, has been conducted in the communist manner, with workers thoroughly organized, disciplined, and carrying out precise orders completely uncharacteristic of the natives of Honduras and Guatemala, and it would not stop there. Reports now reach Washington, revealed Representative Hale Boggs, that Guatemalan agents are now attempting to foment strikes in Panama. The canal itself may be threatened. Asterisk. 2 incidents that had attracted little attention when they were first announced were reinterpreted in the light of the ALFEM. In the words of Representative Clark Fisher, the communist hand was shown last April. In the attempt to assassinate the vehement anti-communist President Anastasio Somoza of Nicaragua. About the same time Nicaraguan agents discovered Soviet-marked guns, believed to have been smuggled in by submarines. Even the New York Times, albeit more tentatively than Fisher, could not resist the temptation to see a grand Guatemalan conspiracy linking the ALFEM, the Honduran strike, the plot against Somoza, and the Nicaraguan arms cache. Many congressmen and journalists were tired of the passivity of the Eisenhower administration. With its head in the sand attitude, has chosen to ignore the dangers of the situation, charged Representative Lantaf. We might well do away with diplomatic niceties right away, urged Senator Margaret Chase Smith. The gentlewoman was bitter. The previous February she had introduced a resolution toward placing a ban against importing Guatemalan coffee. What happened? The State Department, playing the game of timidity and fear of offending someone and a game dangerously close to appeasement of the Reds, expressed its opposition to my anti-communist legislation against the Guatemalan Reds. By such opposition the State Department stymied action by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Sent Representative Sykes sought guidance in America's past. In other days, America has acted promptly and vigorously to protect her interests and her friends. The incident of the Barbary Pirates, the campaign of Andrew Jackson, the courage of Teddy Roosevelt are all part of our glorious heritage. In those days we did not hesitate to act, we did not allow ourselves to become entangled in diplomatic red tape, we got results. Behind the scenes, the Eisenhower administration sought to restrain overzealous congressmen from pushing through measures that would openly violate the principle of non-intervention, while hinting to key congressmen that more discreet activities to eliminate the Guatemalan threat were underway. The administration did not discourage, however, the uproar in the Congress and the press. The tumult added to the psychological warfare of success. For, as the Christian Science Monitor concluded, it sent a clear message: the United States is determined that the pro-communist government in Guatemala must go. 8. The morale of the Guatemalans could not fail to be shaken, particularly the morale of the institution on whom success depended, the armed forces. Guatemala has not bought weapons from the Soviet Union or Poland, the Arbenz administration announced on May 21, after days of silence. A moot point, since the arms had been bought in Czechoslovakia. While refusing to identify the source of the shipment, Foreign Minister Torriello and other officials stressed their government's right to acquire weapons wherever it wished, particularly in light of the American embargo. Guatemala is not a colony of the United States, stated Diario de Centro America. The brave words and half-truths could not change reality, the gamble had backfired. Not only had Arbenz and the PGT handed Washington an excuse to escalate its aggression, but their hope of secreting arms for workers' militias was dashed. Senior Guatemalan military officers who had been informed of the shipment by the United States appeared at the pier to take charge of the cargo. Arbenz had to approve. The weapons, he explained, were for the armed forces, their communist origins were due only to the American embargo. Under normal circumstances, the officers would not have objected to the fact that the shipment came from Czechoslovakia or even to the secrecy surrounding its arrival because they had wanted arms for so long. But the circumstances were not normal, and the wrath of the United States was staggering. Publicly, the military proclaimed its gratitude to Arbenz. The acquisition of weapons had been an urgent necessity. Privately, the officers were increasingly distressed by the president who was leading them to a head-on collision with Washington. The loyalty of the officer corps had been faltering since the arrival of Purifoy. On November 23, 1953, Bill Krieg, the DCM of the embassy, had written, "The officers may not yet be said to have abandoned their often reported loyalty to Arbenz, but at the moment they are wondering and speculating more than hitherto about his actions." In late December, Colonel Anselmo Guetela repeatedly conveyed his fears to sources close to the U.S. Embassy: "If he keeps on, he will bring us to ruin with him." Guetela, noted another report, is frustrated, discontented and apparently has no faith that the country can go on much longer under the present circumstances. His malaise was particularly significant, Purevoy remarked, because he was considered deeply loyal to Arbenz. Guatemala will tell me the truth, Arbenz used to say. 7° Guatemala's complaints were quietly echoed by many of his colleagues. The agony of the regime. 305 Great number of officers are extremely unhappy about the communists in the government and the poor U.S. Guatemalan relations, reported the assistant air attaché at the U.S. Embassy in mid-February, yet, he added, none dares to speak out for fear of jeopardizing his personal security. 2 weeks later, as the Caracas conference opened, a CIA report pointed out the ambivalence of many officers, torn between their growing fear of the United States and their reluctance to plot against Arbenz, the loyalty of certain key officers to President Arbenz apparently is wavering. There is no conclusive evidence that the officers are yet prepared to oust Arbenz. Following the Caracas conference, reported Krieg, the officers were in a highly nervous state, anticipating U.S. action against Guatemala. Guatemalan officers confirm these reports. Even before the conference opened, the psychological pressure was brutal. Caracas only heightened their fears. The army was in profound disarray. It was a minefield. Degree to the threats that rained from Washington were added threats from U.S. officials in Guatemala. Many officers, recalls Colonel Ruben Gonzalez Sigui, were approached by the U.S. Embassy and by the U.S. military mission. The message, be it explicit or implicit, was always the same: the United States could no longer tolerate Arbenz. Should the Guatemalan army fail to act, Washington would resort to extreme measures. We were, laments Colonel Ecobedo Paz Novales, under enormous pressure. The U.S. military mission even hinted that the United States would invade. Bill Krieg concurs, the possibility of a direct military intervention was only hinted, but I'm sure that the Guatemalan officers got the point, and they inferred from it even more than was implied. They exaggerated everything we told them. Fear spread among the Guatemalan officers and their families. Fear and confusion. Amid the growing demoralization, no one knew who could be trusted, who would betray. Many, indeed, no longer knew where they themselves stood. Arbenz's defense minister, Colonel José Angel Sanchez, was no exception. An embassy official told Purevoy of a conversation between the minister, his brother, and his cousin. Srta Varela, who has much influence on the minister, asked him if he did not realize what the situation was here and what would happen to the whole family in the event that Arbenz was overthrown. Colonel Rodolfo Sanchez asked if there was nothing the minister could do to bring about a change in the situation here. Colonel José Angel Sanchez replied that there was nothing he could do. Himself no longer had any idea of how the army would react in the event of a move against the government. He imagined that some officers would stand by the government and others would be disposed to oppose it, but at present it was impossible to know which ones were which. It was, therefore, useless to try to do anything. Besides, he added, President Arbenz had told him that he would not leave the National Palace unless he were shot out of it. 4. The men behind PBSUCS knew that fear was spreading through the Guatemalan officers, yet they were unable to assess its impact. They had drummed up only a few collaborators from the officer corps, none of whom held a key position, and they were not sure how the Guatemalan army would respond to Castillo Armas's invasion. Even 3 days after the invasion had begun, the CIA noted, the controlling factor in the situation is the position of the Guatemalan armed forces, and thus far this group has not given any clear indication of whether it will move, and if so, in which way. US reports in the months preceding the invasion stressed that the Guatemalan officers were afraid of Arbenz. This was true. They feared dismissal, they feared disgrace. But there was more than fear. There was also, for many, a sense of nationalism and respect for Arbenz. Several also felt gratitude for personal favors they had received. This respect, this gratitude, this warmth, were still evident 30 years later as Colonel Gonzalez Sigui spoke of Arbenz. Arbenz, he remembered, was a magnificent officer, a charismatic military leader, a man of deep intelligence, a fervent nationalist who dared stand up to the Yankees and to Purifoy, the arrogant and abusive ambassador. The same respect for Arbenz was expressed by other officers who, like Gonzales Sigui, ultimately betrayed him. *degree Until late May, Guatemalan officers had refrained from expressing their growing reservations to Arbenz. In the words of Gonzales Sigui, no one said anything to Arbenz, but we all knew that things were going badly now. Under the avalanche of threats from the United States that followed the arrival of the ALFEM, fear of Washington overwhelmed them. We could smell the invasion, and we knew that Castillo Armas was Washington's man. On the 1st of June, Arbenz called an officers' meeting, one of the very few he held during his presidency. He wanted to strengthen their morale. During the meeting, no one challenged Arbenz, but even he, who had lost touch with the officer corps, realized that his audience was uneasy, restless, unconvinced. Aware that he was not at his best addressing large groups, Arbenz thought that he would be able to reassure the officers through the power of the written word. He invited them to give him a list of questions expressing all their concerns. He would respond promptly. Degree 8 On June 5, the list, prepared by Army Chief of Staff Perinello and other senior officers, was presented to Arbenz. It was a peculiar document. Cast in a very respectful tone, it began by stressing the Army's loyalty to *Sefer Presidente. The officers would obey him absolutely and without reservation. The questions were formulated only to comply with the wishes of Señor Presidente. There followed 20 questions. They addressed one issue only: communism. Did the president not think that communist influence in Guatemala was excessive? Did the president agree that the communists, who defame and insult foreign governments, were a threat to the country's well-being? Might not Señor Presidente rely only and exclusively on his army, which is unconditionally loyal, and eliminate the communists from the positions of influence they occupied? How did the president interpret Article 32 of the Constitution, which forbade organizations of an international character? Wouldn't the country's domestic and foreign policies be better served if the Communist Party were marginalized? Arbenz and the Secretariat of the PGT still failed to grasp the depth of the officers' dissatisfaction. Degree They believed that the officers were merely voicing doubts they could allay. Arbenz outlined the responses, and Fortuny fleshed them out. They reiterated what Arbenz had so often stated in public: am not now, nor will I be, a communist, but neither am I, nor will I be, an anti-communist. Communist influence in the bureaucracy was extremely limited. There are communists in the Agrarian Reform Department, he conceded, but they are the best workers and the most honest beyond. This refrain, Arbenz struck one theme: there would be no change in his policies. He considered the army's support decisive, but to rule only and exclusively with the army, as the officers had suggested, is what is done by dictators like Pérez Jiménez and Somoza. There was no open break between the president and the officers, there was no further exchange of views. Arbenz and the Secretariat of the PGT thought they had reassured the officers. But only a pledge from Arbenz that he would immediately expel the PGT from the government could have satisfied the officers who cowered in the shadow of Washington's big stick. As it was, Arbenz's responses heightened the officers' exasperation with him and their fear of the United States. While the Army's morale was faltering, and while American journalists and congressmen demanded that Eisenhower halt red aggression, only the blind and the gullible could have failed to notice that an armed attack on Guatemala was imminent. On May 19, Nicaragua had broken diplomatic relations with Guatemala. This break, explained the Washington Post, had been building up for some time because of the Guatemalan plotting against the Nicaraguan regime. Encouraged by Washington, Somoza called for a meeting of OAS foreign ministers to discuss Guatemala's threat to the peace and security of the region. He was joined by Figueres, the foes united. Meanwhile, Haiti declared the two ranking officials at the Guatemalan embassy in Port-au-Prince persona non grata, and in Havana, Batista ordered army, navy, police, and intelligence chiefs to be particularly alert to communist subversion emanating from Guatemala. Given that Arbenz had made a special effort to cultivate good relations with Haiti and to maintain correct relations with the unsavory Batista, these diplomatic snubs were ominous. Degree adding to the impression that Guatemala was rapidly becoming isolated internationally, Panama and Costa Rica recalled their ambassadors for consultations. Degree on May 25 the Honduran ambassador to Guatemala left abruptly. On the urgent instructions of his government, Guatemalan officials explained that the hasty departure did not presage a break in diplomatic relations, but the opposition El Impartial was keen to dispel false illusions. Well-informed sources, it pointed out, note that Ambassador Duran will not return. The ambassador has left with everything, even his reserves of wine and alcohol. His baggage included 5 cases of champagne, 4 of whiskey, and 5 of French table wine. As the ambassador crated his wine, the press in the other Central American republics was sounding the tocsin. Guatemalan troops were massing at the Honduran border, equipped with the A/FEM weapons. Guatemala stood poised to attack peaceful, defenseless Honduras. In Guatemala, everyone knew that this was nonsense. Such an attack would have been suicidal, for it would have triggered the American response. What, then, lay behind these rumors? Pieced together with other reports that the United States was flying arms into Honduras and Nicaragua, there was, for the Guatemalans, only one possible explanation: Honduras was about to attack. This attack would be presented as Guatemalan aggression against Honduras, and U.S. military intervention would thereby be justified. On May 26, an unmarked C-47 flew over Guatemala City, dropping leaflets that informed the Guatemalans that their liberation was at hand. If they had been napalm bombs and not leaflets, we wouldn't be here to talk about it, E/Impartial wrote for the benefit of the dimwit. Degree on the succeeding days. Other mystery planes appeared over the capital in what seemed to be an obvious rehearsal for the dropping of bombs. One of the commando groups trained by the CIA in Nicaragua had already sprung into action. On May 20, a train carrying the A/FEM weapons from Puerto Barrios to the capital was almost blown up. There was a shootout, 1 soldier was killed, 3 were wounded, 1 of the saboteurs was also killed, and the others escaped. The attack was praised by the U.S.-controlled Voz de la Liberación. There were further attempts to sabotage trains linking Puerto Barrios with the capital on May 21 and May 25. Both attempts failed, but another, less violent form of warfare was waged in the capital in the last week of May. At night, leaflets were pushed under the doors, telling people to prepare lists of communists and known communist sympathizers. Immediately after the government was overthrown, the leaflets said, the people were to take the lists to the new authorities, who would deal out justice. 53 While journalists in the United States and Central America described Honduras as the innocent victim, it was an open secret that Castillo Armas was preparing to attack Guatemala from Honduras. By late May, his soldiers in uniform swaggered around the streets of Tegucigalpa, U.S. News and World Report later wrote. Correspondents visited his headquarters and filed dispatches saying that the revolution was going to start. And when Rodolfo Mendoza, formerly chief of the Guatemalan Air Force, fled Guatemala on June 4 aboard a private aircraft, everyone assumed that he had defected to join Castillo Armas. More ominously still, with him was an American citizen, Major Ferdinand Schupp, who had been the deputy chief of the U.S. Air Force mission in Guatemala until 1952. Mendoza was not just a retired colonel. He had been the most experienced and capable pilot in the Guatemalan Air Force, nor was Schupp just a U.S. citizen. Because of his previous position, many Guatemalans saw him as an agent of the U.S. government. Mendoza and Schupp would be back in a few days, flying over the capital as part of Castillo Armas's Air Force. Perhaps the dramatic departure of Mendoza and Schupp had been timed by the CIA to reap maximum psychological advantage, Perhaps the timing was due to fear that their participation in PBS-UCCS had been discovered. In any case, they left when tension was at a peak. The mood in Guatemala City that week was captured by Sidney Grusin. The climax of the crisis in the immediate future was widely expected. There is talk of a possibility of an economic boycott or of an armed invasion by Guatemalan exiles, or even the possibility of a landing of United States troops to sweep the communists from political power. The nervousness is not confined to the ordinary people here. The government's concern is apparent. Even more apparent are the jitters spreading among leaders of the non-communist revolutionary parties. As a result of the crisis, the leaders, for the first time, are talking guardedly of the dangers. Having allowed the communists to gain wide powers. Degree. In vain did the Arbenz administration seek to quell the storm. On May 27, Foreign Minister Torriello sent a cable to his Honduran counterpart urging the immediate conclusion of a pact of friendship and non-aggression. The cable had been sent, the New York Times pointed out, at 3:30 a.m., about 9 hours after an unidentified C-47 plane had showered the city of Guatemala with anti-government leaflets. Torriello's offer was spurned. In Tegucigalpa, officials explained to sympathetic journalists that Guatemala was using an old communist trick. It was just trying to put the Honduran people off guard so that it would be easier to attack them later in the U.S. Congress. Representative Ray Madden damned the offer as further proof of the true intentions of the communist conspirators in Guatemala. The Guatemalan proposal, he revealed, followed exactly the same blueprint used to place Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and other captive nations under Kremlin slavery. Degree. Guatemala called for talks with the United States to reduce tensions. Torriello declared his well-founded hope that the problems between the two countries would be settled in the most amicable fashion and even claimed that Purifoy has always behaved like a gentleman. Purifoy's rejoinder was no comment, while from Washington flowed further indications that the decision was irrevocable. Arbenz must go. Copyright U.S. detains ship for arms search, announced the New York Times on May 27, as the State Department disclosed that a French merchant vessel was being searched by U.S. customs officials in the Canal Zone with the knowledge and the approval of the French government, and the French line registered. The Eisenhower administration had imposed a naval quarantine. No weapons and no ammunition would be allowed to reach Guatemala. If it is necessary as a last resort to damage them to cause them to stop, that will be done. Read the instructions to the task force that had been patrolling the Gulf of Honduras since May 24. Operation Hard Rock had begun. Copyright. In London, the quarantine was considered particularly insulting. Accustomed to ruling the waves, and jealous of their special relationship with the United States, the British sought assurances that they would not be treated like mere Frenchmen, that British ships would not be boarded. Foster Dulles was unmoved. He could offer no promises, he told the British ambassador. The Foreign Office began to prepare a paper on the legality of the blockade, only to be told by Prime Minister Churchill, who did not consider the issue worth jeopardizing American goodwill, to forget it. Britain would comply. Registered Secretary Dulles and his brother Alan, the prime movers behind the measure, knew that they were violating international law. The legal advisor of the State Department had said as much, and not one of the officials consulted had claimed otherwise. Copyright * none, however, had opposed the measure except Robert Murphy, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, who had not been consulted, but had learned of the decision * by a casual reference at lunch. In a memo to Secretary Dulles, Murphy did not mince words. Now that the President and you have decided on this action, it must, of course, be seen through, he wrote, but I would like you to know that I believe the philosophy back of the action is wrong and that it may be very expensive over the longer term. My instinct, and perhaps my ignorance of Guatemalan problems, tells me that to resort to this action confesses the bankruptcy of our political policy vis-a-vis that country. Instead of political action inside Guatemala, we are obliged to resort to heavy-handed military action on the periphery of the cause of trouble. Registered during the quarantine, which ended only with the fall of Arbenz. U.S. warships found no weapons or ammunition destined for Guatemala. Yet Operation Hard Rock was not mere bravado, it packed a psychological punch. To anxious Guatemalans, the spectacle of U.S. warships patrolling the Gulf of Honduras and openly flouting international law stirred disturbing memories of the Marines landing on the shores of Central America. More recent memories, those of Caracas, were rekindled by rumors that the United States was seeking a special OAS conference to vote sanctions against Guatemala. On June 1, the Guatemalan charge d'affaires in Washington informed Torriello that the preparatory work had progressed very far. The conference, the New York Times stated a few days later, would be held at Montevideo on July. U.S. officials, it added, seemed confident of support by a majority of other Latin American republics. Registered the Times information was accurate. When the article appeared, on June 10, Washington could count on the required 2/3 majority to pass two types of sanctions: the prohibition of travel by agents of international communism to and from Guatemala and the prohibition of the importation of military equipment into Guatemala. A special task force within the State Department, the Guatemalan Group, had been at work since early May coaxing and pressuring the Latin American republics to support these sanctions. Registered Guatemala alone of the OAS members had been excluded from the preliminaries. No Latin American government had informed the Arbenz administration of the nature of the sanctions under discussion. It was a miracle, marveled Assistant Secretary Holland on June 10, that the secrecy of the resolution had been preserved. Copyright? To the Guatemalans, Holland's miracle was a nightmare. They could only speculate about the gravity of the sanctions that were being hammered out even before the conference began, and they imagined the worst. 7 On June 9, Minor Kielhauer, an upper-class friend of Arbenz, appeared in desperation at the U.S. Embassy. He and other prominent supporters of the administration, among them Foreign Minister Torriello, were greatly disturbed over the possibility of sanctions. All of them, Purifoy reported, realized that the government could not operate if sanctions were applied. He stated that many of Arbenz's friends had been working on him to change the government's attitude and actions. Kielhauer asked me if I would see the president and attempt to bring about a change in the situation. He said. Time was running short in view of the proposed meeting of the OAS. He and his conferees knew this conference would vote economic sanctions against Guatemala, and that the government would not survive. 7. Purifoy, however, had neither the time nor the inclination to chat with Arbenz. He was too busy trying to convince Washington to do more to destabilize the government before Castillo Armas's invasion began. 7. 3 decades later, in a Georgetown sitting room, a man who had been a senior member of the Guatemalan Group looked back at the curious timing of the Montevideo conference. I am beginning to think that the preparations for Montevideo were part of a cover-up and that there was never any intention of holding the conference, Deputy Assistant Secretary Woodward mused. 73 The conference was planned for early July, that is, after the date set for the invasion of Guatemala. If the invasion succeeded, it would have been unnecessary to have held the conference. If the invasion failed, it would have been foolhardy. Arbenz would have become a hero in Latin America, Dulles himself noted, and it would have been difficult to have held the Latin American governments in line. Those State Department officials who, like Woodward, were not privy to success and who, like Woodward, labored hard for a conference that would never take place, were unwitting pawns of success. In theory, the United States could have held the Montevideo conference before the invasion, used the sanctions to further weaken the Guatemalans' morale and then launched Castillo Armas's band. But there is no indication that this was considered. Perhaps they reasoned that preparing for a paper conference would strengthen the fig leaf. The United States was acting responsibly within the framework of the Organization of American States, it was not indulging in covert operations. Perhaps they reasoned that the threat of unspecified sanctions was, for the Guatemalans, more frightening than the imposition of the specific sanctions that were planned. And the Guatemalans were indeed frightened. Tension and anguish escalated among the Arbenzistas, and finally something like hysteria took over. 76 In despair and self-defense, the regime began to lash out at the only foe that it could reach, the internal opposition, in an attempt to destroy the fifth column before the invasion began. On June 8, constitutional guarantees were suspended. Censorship was imposed, and the opposition media ceased their furious attacks on the regime. They had reported sensationally the developing political crisis in Guatemala until the day the decree was announced, reported the U.S. Embassy Registered. A wave of arrests had begun in the last days of May. In the final 4 weeks of the regime, several hundred suspects were detained. Among them were many plotters, but also many who were not involved in any conspiracy. Pre-ones were tortured. At least 75 were killed and hastily buried in mass graves. 8 degrees in the United States, the repression provoked an uproar. Congressmen and journalists inveighed against a tyrannical communist minority that was trying to maintain itself against the will of the people. Registered Secretary Dulles spoke out bluntly against the reign of terror, and President Eisenhower added the weight of his disapproval and deep regret. Registered. The depth of the indignation that seized so many in the United States who were usually philosophical about violence in Latin America is somewhat surprising. Arbenz, however, was the enemy. For too long, his government had posed a disquieting paradox for the Americans. Riddled with communists, it had nevertheless upheld political democracy and civil liberties to a degree that was highly unusual in Latin America. In the words of Senators Wiley and Hickenlooper, the communist wolves had finally shed their sheep's clothing. Now, at last, the communists were moving to crush the free spirit of the Guatemalan people. Representative Javits expressed the views of many when he proclaimed, "The suspension of constitutional guarantees by the government of Guatemala is a final confirmation of the grave threat to the peace and security of the Americas due to the communist-infiltrated government of that unhappy country." Registered. Many rushed to condemn the Arbenz administration to eternal opprobrium. If this required that history be rewritten, so be it. By claiming that the crimes perpetrated in the last weeks of the regime were unusually atrocious, by claiming that these were un-Latin acts, registered *, they sought to convey the unprecedented nature of the threat. For a suitable analogy, one must look behind the Iron Curtain. Registered. Like the weapons on the Alfam, they were stamped with a hammer and sickle. Chapter 14. The Fall of Arbenz. On June 18, 1954, the Tegucigalpa daily El Cronista published a statement issued by Eduardo Valenzuela, the Foreign Minister of Honduras. He had informed Lt. Colonel Castillo Armas that if he violated the neutrality of Honduras he would be expelled. The Honduran public can be confident, Valenzuela pledged, that the government is firm and will be firm in maintaining and honoring its neutrality. The New York Times told a different story. In a virtual wide-open movement, it reported, Guatemalan exiles were being flown in Honduran planes to the Guatemalan border. The story was out of date before it appeared. On June 17, the invasion of Guatemala had begun. For the next 10 days the international press bandied about contradictory reports of the war. The Guatemalan army released confident communiques, and Castillo Armas's American patrons began to fear the worst. On the 26th, an army bulletin announced that the rebels were on the run, and Diario de Centro America blared, "Government triumphs." On June 27, Arbenz resigned. A game of musical chairs began in Guatemala City. At each pause, Castillo Armas was closer to the throne. Meanwhile, hundreds of Arbenzistas, and Arbenz himself, sought refuge in foreign embassies, and repression swept the country. The years of spring in the land of eternal tyranny had abruptly concluded. Throughout his exile, Arbenz would be subjected to the reproaches of former supporters and to the thinly disguised contempt of a new generation of Latin American leftists who grew in the shadow of Fidel Castro. During his presidency, these critics argued, Jacobo Arbenz had proudly challenged the American colossus only to surrender as if he were the abject president of a banana republic. For months on end, they asserted, that stubborn, enigmatic man had imposed a steady course on those who had wavered, but at the moment of crisis he had sought refuge in a foreign embassy. The Marines had not been necessary, economic sanctions had not been necessary, a handful of exiles had sufficed. No major battles had been fought, and on the two occasions when the rebels had met resistance, they had been defeated. Arbenz, the indictment ran, gave up without even going to the front, without even attempting to arm the people. He was a petty bourgeois, not a revolutionary, concluded those who sought wisdom in simplistic class analysis, and yet Arbenz was not a coward. Military attaches, diplomats, and journalists who have met the Guatemalan president, Time reported on June 28, 1954, are in striking agreement that the mainspring of his character is dogged, stubborn, self-willed courage registered. The invasion. Arbenz's initial response to the invasion was based on his belief that Castillo Armas posed no military threat. His informers in Honduras had assured him that there were only a few hundred rebels. To defeat them would not be difficult. Registered his assessment of the rebels' strength was correct. Castillo Armas's rather ramshackle army of liberationistas consisted of about 250 men. Approximately 150 rebels crossed the border on June 17 and headed in the direction of Zacapa. The others attacked Puerto Barrios, to the north, a few days later. Not only were the rebels a mere handful, but their weapons were of the same quality as those of the Guatemalan army, that is, World War I vintage, a nod to the fig leaf that still rankles many who had expected to be given sophisticated arms. Degree only in communications equipment and in aircraft did the rebels enjoy a marked advantage. Arbenz's realistic assessment of the military insignificance of the rebel challenge had a perverse effect on his overall assessment of the invasion. Throughout the previous months, he had believed that the army would remain loyal if faced with an exile attack in which the United States did not directly participate. The military weakness of the invasion reinforced his illusions. Arbenz, his wife recalls, believed that the army would defend the motherland. Our army would refuse to submit to Castillo Armas, a traitor who had been defeated in 1950 and who was leading a motley band of outlaws, not even soldiers. The army would not dishonor itself. The officers would not capitulate to a traitor. Thus, Arbenz concluded that an attempt to arm the population would be unnecessary and dangerous, unnecessary because the army would defeat Castillo Armas, and dangerous because the officers might refuse to distribute the weapons. The very weakness of the rebel force aggravated this danger. Lacking any military justification, an order to arm the civilians would strike the officers as a blatant insult, or betrayal, that is, proof that Arbenz intended to establish workers' militias. On June 18, and again 2 or 3 days later, Armed Forces Chief Diaz told Arbenz and leading politicians that a decision to arm the civilians would deeply disturb the army. It is their job to defeat Castillo Armas, and they can do it alone. Be confident, he urged. The army will do its duty. Diaz was sincere. But he failed to mention what everyone feared: if ordered to arm the population, the officers might rise in revolt to Castillo Armas. Arbenz decided not to arm the civilians. The PGT and the other administration forces concurred. Until June 25, when the army's betrayal was flagrant, no political party or labor confederation asked for weapons. Consistently expressing their confidence in the army, they voiced their eagerness to assist in any way the military might deem useful. The workers were ready to act under the direction of the army, declared Gutierrez for the CGTG. All the peasants are eager to be led by the army, Castillo Flores pledged on behalf of the CNCG. To all but a select few, Arbenz expressed only confidence that Castillo Armas would be defeated. To his wife and Fortuny, he confided his anguish. The thought that had haunted him since Caracas tormented him now. What would the United States do after the defeat of Castillo Armas? Would Eisenhower send in the Marines? Or would Honduras attack on Washington's behalf, only to be followed by U.S. troops sent to punish the aggressor? Or would the United States turn to economic strangulation? Eisenhower, Arbenz told Fortuny, could cut off our oil supplies. What would happen then? Guatemala imported all its oil. Mexico was not even self-sufficient in oil, would it dare defy the Americans? Oil-rich Venezuela was ruled by Piero Gleijeses. On June 3, Arbenz had invited Roberto Saravia, the manager of ESO in Guatemala, to the presidential palace. Arbenz asked about stocks on hand, rate of consumption and expected deliveries. Whether it would be possible for the Guatemalan government to purchase 1 million gallons of gasoline in barrels. Saravia told the president that 1T would not be possible and hastened to report the conversation to the U.S. Embassy. Copyright: How long could Guatemala survive without oil? The economy could not withstand it, nor would the army, Arbenz told Fortuny and Dofia Maria shared Arbenz's fears. Like him, they had no answers, only tenuous hopes. Perhaps the United Nations would help, perhaps international pressure would restrain Eisenhower. Latin American public opinion was already responding with fury to an invasion that reeked of Washington. We had heard, recalls Torriello, about protest marches across the continent, rallies of 100,000 people in Mexico, huge demonstrations in Chile registered. These reports heartened Arbenz. The dispatch of U.S. troops to Guatemala, he believed, would do untold damage to Eisenhower's carefully cultivated international image, the hero of the Second World War pummeling a small and defenseless nation. Economic sanctions would provoke a wave of hatred throughout Latin America, shattering the myth of the good neighbor policy and forcing even timid governments to adopt a firmer stance against the aggressor. Even Western Europe would not find it easy to remain aloof. Therefore, might not Eisenhower conclude after Castillo Armas's defeat that it was prudent to leave Guatemala alone? Arbenz himself has recalled that he had hoped that the formidable mobilization of the peoples of Latin America and the outcry of the whole world would stop the United States from intervening in an even more flagrant manner. As hope and despair spun in a debilitating vortex, Arbenz dismissed Castillo Armas's attack as a sideshow. The battlefront was the capital. It was from Guatemala City that the international effort to restrain Eisenhower would be launched. Why, then, should he leave to lead his troops against Castillo Armas's puny band? No one suggested that he do so, not Fortuny and his PGT friends, who were convinced that the army would crush the rebels, not the leaders of the revolutionary parties, who feared not Castillo Armas, but U.S. retribution after his defeat. Nor did Arbenz's senior military aides ever suggest that he go to the front, not Colonel Diaz, not Defense Minister Sanchez, and not Army Chief of Staff Perinello *. Arbenz remained in the capital and asked Diaz to select the men who would lead the troops against the rebels. He approved Diaz's choices, for they seemed eminently reasonable. Diaz had selected 3 close friends. He placed in overall command Colonel Victor Mle6N, the Inspector General of the Army, who was thought to be a loyal Arbencista. Colonels Pablo Diaz and José Barzanalina completed the trio. Pablo Diaz, who had held only desk jobs prior to his appointment as head of the base milita, was reputed to be a man of personal integrity. Barzanalina, the commander of the Guardia de Honor, had been in command of the base milita in 1950 when Castillo Armas had attacked it. He had routed the rebels and earned their hatred. Barzanalina, Castillo Armas had written, was a murderer who had forsaken his honor as a soldier, and as a man's self-preservation, Arbenz and Diaz believed, dictated that Barzanalina would be eager to defeat Castillo Armas again. On the night of June 19, most of the troops from the Guardia de Honor and the base milita left for Zacapa, a town 30 miles west of the Honduran border. Small army detachments from the departments of Quetzaltenango, E.S. Cuintla, and Coban followed suit. Zacapa, Arbenz had decided, would be the headquarters of the troops sent against Castillo Armas. From there, Lean and his colleagues would launch the counter-offensive against the rebels. But first they had to let Castillo Armas penetrate several miles deep into Guatemala. This invasion is a farce, Arbenz told Fortuny. We can shoo them away with our hats. What I'm afraid of, and this is why I ordered Diaz to let the mercenaries advance into our territory, what I'm afraid of is that if we defeat them right on the border, the Honduran government will manufacture a border incident, declare war on us, and the United States will invade. The countryside was rife with rumors that the fifth column was preparing to strike. Local peasant unions were flooding the national offices of the CGTG and the CNCG with requests for weapons. "We beg you to send guns for the defense of the government," pleaded the Union of Santa Teresa. "Comrade, convince them to send us arms, we want to fight beside the army," urged the union from Catarina. All received the same reply: there was no need to arm the population, the army is successfully defending our country, the peasants should remain vigilant day and night against possible acts of sabotage and provide whatever assistance the army might require. The peasants did what they could. In late May and early June, saboteurs trained by the CIA had infiltrated into Guatemala. They would join hands with the internal front and weaken the regime's grip at home. But throughout the invasion, as the U.S. Embassy pointed out, the fifth column failed to materialize, and the only acts of sabotage were occasional disruptions of the telegraph lines between Zacapa and the capital. Even before the invasion had begun, the peasants had started manning roadblocks. They were polite but firm. They searched for weapons that rebel planes had been dropping since June 14, and they dutifully handed them over to the local army and police. Authorities travelers from the provinces, stated the New York Times on June 22, reported that labor syndicate officials and agricultural committees were exercising control in the villages registered. This remained true until Arbenz fell. Eager to show its support for the army, the CGTG urged the population to donate blood for our soldiers wounded in the line of duty, and to give cigarettes to the troops as a gesture of gratitude to the Army of the Revolution. Meanwhile, rebel planes strafed the capital for a few minutes every day and occasionally dropped a bomb, causing little damage but unnerving the populace. "The last 7 days," wrote a New York Times correspondent from Guatemala City on June 24, "have been filled with anxiety and confusion, yet," he added, "the effect on normal living has been slight. A gasoline shortage was indicated last week, but this appears to have ended. Food prices have risen slightly, but the government acted early to institute price controls. The city was quiet but tense. The government radio and the Voz de la Liberación 6N were broadcasting contradictory reports and rumors were rampant. Had Castillo Armas been routed, or were the rebels several thousand strong, advancing relentlessly? In fact, very little was happening at the front. Between June 17 and June 19 the rebels advanced unopposed along a strip of territory 5 to 15 miles deep and 20 to 30 miles wide in the general direction of Zacapa*. Then at Gualan, on June 20, they fought their first battle. Gualan, a small town 15 miles west of the Honduran border, was defended by Lieutenant Cesar Augusto Silva Gurdon and 30 soldiers. Receiving neither instructions nor assistance from Zacapa, the stubborn lieutenant fought for 36 hours until the rebels withdrew in defeat*. The victory of an isolated and outnumbered outpost strengthened Arbenz in his belief that the army would trounce this band of traitors, just as it had defeated those who had attacked Salama the year before. On June 21, approximately 100 rebels launched a surprise attack on Puerto Barrios. 1/3 had come by sea on a Honduran vessel, the others had infiltrated from Honduras. Within a few hours the rebels were on the run, leaving behind 20 prisoners, several dead, their ship, and their weapons. They had been defeated by the police of Puerto Barrios and by hastily armed civilians, mainly labor union members. By the time the rebels had fled from Gualan and Puerto Barrios, over 2,000 soldiers entrusted to Colonel Le6N had assembled at Zacapa. Arbenz expected that they would now rout what was left of the rebel force, but Lean reported that his offensive would be delayed. A rebel plane had attacked a train bringing additional supplies and equipment to Zacapa. There was no reason to worry, he stressed. He would attack very soon, morale was good, Castillo Armas was doomed. In the capital, Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz, who was in charge of communication with Zacapa, relayed these assurances to Arbenz. Diaz was confident. Victor M. Leon, Pablo Diaz, and José Barzanalina were his friends. For Arbenz, the PGT, and most government leaders believed these promises. Others knew better and said nothing. Army Chief of Staff Perinello was sent by Diaz to inspect the front on the 23rd. He stayed only a few hours and returned convinced that the army would not fight. He did not, however, tell this to Arbenz or Diaz. It was not that he was afraid of Castillo Armas, he was afraid of the United States. Eisenhower, he believed, had decided that Arbenz had to go, and the Americans would most likely send in the Marines if Castillo Armas failed. Perinello was not ready to join in any plot, not yet, at least, but neither was he willing to take any risks. He epitomized the loyal officer. While professions of loyalty and promises of victory continued to flow from Zacapa, Arbenz focused on the diplomatic battle, Guatemala's only hope, he believed, against the United States. The Guatemalan government asked El Salvador to lend its good offices with Honduras, but the Salvadoran ambassador merely leaked the request to Purifoy, spicing it with spiteful comments about the Arbenz regime. Registered Guatemala's emissaries were dispatched to Mexico to seek its diplomatic support, but Mexico remained aloof. Arbenz and Torriello placed their hopes, above all, in the United Nations. Guatemala's case was so solid and the evidence of Honduras's and Nicaragua's complicity was so glaring that the United Nations would have to intervene. On June 18. Torriello asked the UN Security Council to take the measures necessary to put a stop to the aggression, which he blamed on Nicaragua, Honduras, and certain foreign monopolies whose interests have been affected by the progressive policy of my government. It seemed for a moment that the august body would consider Guatemala's plight. On June 20, the Security Council approved a French motion calling for the immediate termination of any action likely to cause bloodshed and requesting all members of the United Nations to abstain from rendering assistance to any such action. Publicly, the United States supported the motion, but Secretary Dulles was furious. The behavior of the French was shabby, he told Henry Cabot Lodge, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. We have held up putting Indochina in the UN in deference to their request. And then without prior understandings etc., they jump right in when another international body should have been used. Dulles's position was that only the Organization of American States was competent to address the Guatemalan complaint. The United Nations must not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. His stance was immediately endorsed by Honduras and Nicaragua. Indignantly, they asked that the Inter-American Peace Committee of the OAS investigate Guatemala's slanderous charges. They knew, of course, that no OAS body would conduct any investigation against the will of the United States. On June 21, Torriello turned again to the Security Council, asking it to take whatever steps are necessary to stave the flow of foreign assistance to the rebels. 4 days of frantic activity followed, as Dulles lined up the votes and instructed Lodge, the council's president, to delay a meeting. Lodge holds off on Guatemala bid, blared the New York Times on June 24.47. We'll have to have a meeting, probably tomorrow, Lodge told Dulles at 9:55 a.m. that same morning. Registered Eisenhower was ready to use the veto if necessary, Dulles informed the ambassador a few hours later. It would be the first U.S. veto in the history of the United Nations, and, as such, a severe propaganda defeat. If they vote against us, that will raise hell, Dulles fumed. Dulles was referring to France and England. They wanted the Security Council to consider the Guatemalan matter and to dispatch UN observers to the area. Both were concerned with the legal ramifications of the case, not with the fate of Arbenz. At issue was the jurisdiction of the United Nations. Their concern was shared by many other UN delegations and by the UN Secretary-General, Dag Hammarskjöld, who bitterly opposed the U.S. position and was subjected in turn to harsh and relentless pressure from Lodge to remain silent. The President, Dulles told Lodge, said he thinks you should let the British and French know that if they take independent line backing Guatemalan move in this matter, we would feel entirely free without regard to their position in relation to any such matters as any of their colonial problems in Egypt, Cyprus, etc. The same threats were delivered by the American ambassadors in France and England, and by Dulles himself to Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, who arrived in Washington with Churchill on June 25 for an untimely visit. In the limousine from the airport, Dulles upbraided the cornered Eden. He said that if the first thing that happens after they arrive is that we split on this, they better pack up and go home. On the evening of June 25, after 5 hours of debate, the Security Council refused to consider the Guatemalan matter. 4 countries, the Soviet Union, Denmark, Lebanon, and New Zealand, voted in favor. Among the 5 who voted against were the Council's 2 Latin American members, Colombia and Brazil. England and France abstained. The American position, Hamarsk J6LD later told the British delegate, was the most serious blow so far aimed at the organization degree. For Arbenz, the Council's decision was shattering. And yet how could a vote in New York have affected the fast-moving events in Guatemala? On June 25, as the Security Council was rejecting the Guatemalan case, other news reached Arbenz: the army at Zacapa had rebelled. After the battles of Puerto Barrios and Gualan, the front had been quiet, except for occasional attacks by rebel planes. On June 23, Castillo Armas established a provisional government at Esquipulas, 6 miles from the Honduran border. LE6N continued to send reassuring messages from Zacapa: he would move soon against Castillo Armas. Carlos Enrique Diaz remained confident. But as the promised offensive failed to materialize, Arbenz grew uneasy. Leon seemed overly cautious. Arbenz did not, however, suspect betrayal. His attention was elsewhere. During the first week of the invasion, Jacobo was constantly on the phone with New York, wanting news about the Security Council. What's happening? How's it going? When are they going to meet? We were grasping at straws, remarks his wife. But what else could we do? How else could we hope to stop the United States? It was the PGT that broke the spell. Many party leaders, like Guerra Borges, were wrapped in irresponsible optimism. Others, though confident that the army would crush the rebels, wanted more information. On the evening of June 23, without consulting either Arbenz or the Secretariat, Acting Secretary General Alvarado Monzon sent Octavio Reyes, a member of the PGT Central Committee, to Zacapa. Early on the 25th, Reyes was back in Guatemala City, exhausted physically and emotionally. The officers at Zacapa, he reported, were demoralized, afraid, unwilling to fight. When he had chastised them, he had barely escaped arrest. Fortuny took Reyes to Arbenz. After listening to Reyes, the president turned to his friend. Do you trust him? He asked. Absolutely, responded Fortuny, registered stunned but not persuaded. Reyes was, after all, unfamiliar with military matters. Arbenz summoned Colonel Guetela, a trusted officer. He must leave for Zacapa at once and return with a detailed report. Guetela left immediately, and he was back late that same night. He confirmed Reyes's account, and he brought a message from the officers at Zacapa. Centenario, the High Command asked me to tell you that you must resign. The situation is hopeless. The officers don't want to fight. They think that the Americans are threatening Guatemala just because of you and your communist friends. If you don't resign, the army will march on the capital to depose you. They have already begun to arrest peasants. Guetela had not sought to reason with the mutinous officers. He was known to be a brave man, recollects an eyewitness, but in Zacapa I saw him shaking. Registered Guetela himself says, I returned depressed and scared. Defeat was inevitable. There was no way to stop the gringos. Registered. Guetela did not actively betray Arbenz, but neither did he stay to support him. As he left the presidential palace, he had one piece of advice for Arbenz. You must decide quickly. Otherwise the army will make a deal with Castillo Armas and move against the capital. Registered. That same day, in grim confirmation of his words, came the news that Chiquimula had fallen to Castillo Armas on the 24th. Chiquimula, the first important town between the Honduran border and Zacapa, had been defended by several hundred well-armed soldiers led by Lt. Colonel Jorge Hernandez, a loyal officer or so Arbans had believed. Searching for tales of glory in a barren campaign, the liberationistas present the Battle of Chicamula, the only encounter they won, as a noble victory. 7 hours of fighting against forces 10 times larger than ours registered for his part. Lt. Colonel Hernandez, grasping for excuses if not for glory, claims that at Chicamula he fought a hard battle, resisting for long hours against *500 or more rebels, while Zacapa spurned his pleas for assistance. The morale of his soldiers, he says, was good, and our weapons were satisfactory. Trademark. In truth, what happened at Chicamula could hardly be called a battle. Hernandez, who had only 150 men and received no assistance from Zacapa, was eager to surrender. Those who resisted doggedly, recalls a liberationista, were a few dozen poorly armed peasants. They fought with old hunting rifles. They were the ones who killed our people. When we captured them, we shot them. Hernandez didn't arm the peasants. If he had, then the capture of Chicamula would have been much more difficult. After Castillo Armas's victory, Hernandez was allowed to remain in the army. The dead peasants were eulogized as innocent victims of communist terror. Copyright Treason at Zacapa. It is difficult to reconstruct the details of the events at Zacapa in the days that preceded Getela's visit and the surrender of Chicamula. 2 of the 3 commanding colonels are dead. The third, Pablo Diaz, prefers not to talk about these things. Registered he has maintained an exemplary discretion, as did, as long as they lived, Leon and Barzanalana. CIA reports reveal only how little the agency knew. Nevertheless, the story can be reconstructed, even though many details will be forever hazy. When the invasion began, observes Eduardo Terracina, a senior liberationista, a group of officers was on our side. They were, however, very few, and they occupied posts of secondary importance. Their leaders were Enrique Clas de Leon, a lieutenant colonel who had a desk job, and Antonio Montenegro, a young lieutenant. Registered other officers, such as Colonels Cruz Salazar, Alfego Monzon, and Mauricio Dubois, were sapping the spirit of the army, but for their own ends, not to help Castillo Armas, remembers Terracina. Cruz Salazar concurs, my friends and I were on bad terms with Castillo Armas due to personal differences. Registered although Castillo Armas garnered more respect among the officers than did his rivals in the exile movement, the dominant attitude toward him was hostility. Officers like Monzon and Cruz Salazar, who hoped that someday, somehow, they would replace Arbans, saw Castillo Armas as a rival. But the hostility had other roots as well. Many still liked or respected Jacobo Arbans, others, though unsympathetic to the regime, resented the exile's strident assertions that the army was serving a communist government. The exile's blatant courtship of Trujillo and Somoza offended many Guatemalan officers who were proud that their country was no longer Ubico's tropical dictatorship. Moreover, by seeking to overthrow the Arbans regime, Castillo Armas and his fellow exiles threatened the well-being of the officer corps. Those officers who disliked Arbans even more than they resented Castillo Armas were but a small minority. Had they felt free to choose, most Guatemalan officers would have rallied to Arbans in June 1954 and crushed the rebels. But fear gnawed at them, fear of the United States. When the invasion began, the planners of success knew that they had shaken the morale of the Guatemalan army, but they could not assess to what degree. In addition to the handful of active plotters, various officers had promised that they would take action against the regime given just a little more time or just a little more justification, the CIA reported with some exasperation. Copyright Washington did not know when these officers would act or if they would ever act. Hence they had to be prodded, cattle-like, with the spark of Castillo Armas's invasion. It is striking, in retrospect, how unsure U.S. intelligence was of how the army would respond to the rebel attack. A CIA official who participated in the operation has stated that he had thought the chances of success to be about even. Degree a June 17 analysis, cast in a slightly more optimistic mold, reveals the tentativeness of Washington's predictions. The political scene is dominated by President Arbenz, his communist advisors, and his sizable but relatively passive popular following. In a position to decide the political issue is the 6,000-man Guatemalan army. This is a newly professionalized army, proud of its military efficiency developed during the past 10 years. Its officers and men enjoy numerous privileges granted by the Arbenz government. The officer corps has personal ties to Arbenz, who emerged from it into political life. So far as the army is concerned, its preferred choice unquestionably would be to keep Arbenz and dispose of his communist advisors. If the leaders of the officer corps could not persuade Arbenz to go along, they might carry off a coup and set up an army regime as at least a stopgap. Or, if they came to believe that opposition political groups could command some popular support and also could be counted on to protect the army's position and perquisites, then the officers might install a new civilian government manned by members of the present opposition. The probability is that the army will take one of these three courses. Its officers will calculate, as will Latin Americans generally, that the U.S. could not embark on. That very day, the liberationistas entered Guatemala. They advanced a few miles, unopposed, were defeated at Gualan and Porto Barrios, and settled down on their puny strip of liberated territory. Meanwhile, the fifth column failed to materialize, and the country remained under government control. The cautious optimism of Castillo Armas's American patrons gave way to uneasiness. A CIA memorandum to Eisenhower warned. As of June 20, the outcome of the efforts to overthrow Arbenz remains very much in doubt. The controlling factor in the situation is still considered to be the position of the Guatemalan armed forces, and thus far this group has not given any clear indication of whether it will move, and if so, in which way. If it remains loyal, Castillo Armas will be defeated. The position of the top-ranking military officers is constantly shifting. It is probable that the rising pressure of events will compel this group to declare its position, one way or the other, at any time from now on, although the possible result could be a split in the ranks. The action of Colonel Castillo Armas is not in any sense a conventional military operation. The entire effort is thus more dependent upon psychological impact rather than actual military strength, although it is upon the ability of the Castillo Armas effort to create and maintain for a short time the impression of very substantial military strength that the success of this particular effort primarily depends. If the effort does not succeed in arousing the other latent forces of resistance within the next period of approximately 24 hours, it will probably begin to lose strength. From his command post in the U.S. Embassy, Purifoy was like a ship running through a dense fog. His dispatches show that he attempted, with some success, to intimidate Guatemalan officials, not a new game for him. But Purifoy's dispatches also betray his frustration. On June 20, he cabled Washington, "Embassy is able to report accurately only on events in Guatemala City, and even here it is difficult to verify enormous numbers of rumors, mostly false, which are circulating. No reliable information is available about progress of rebels, but they are not known to hold any important town. The capital was but a secondary front. Those army officers who had remained in the city were unwilling to act on their own, and while they waited for news of Zacapa, their sullen passivity and nervousness were little comfort to an ambassador who craved action." Meanwhile, Castillo Armas's supporters in Guatemala City were beginning to fear that the invasion might collapse. Among them was the proud Rasul y Arellano, Archbishop of Guatemala, who on June 21 appealed to Purifoy for direct U.S. intervention. Until the 25th, the mood in the embassy was one of pessimism. It looked as if Arbenz had won. "We were all very discouraged," registered in Washington, too. The mood was somber. On the 22nd, Assistant Secretary Holland stated that Castillo Armas had counted on the defection of the Guatemalan army, that since this defection did not occur he would probably lose. CIA headquarters was equally grim. The feeling was that things were going very badly. Registered Degree addressing the situation up to and including the 24th, the CIA observed that Castillo Armas had occupied only limited and relatively unimportant territory, and that local recruiting by his forces appeared to be slow. Little was known of developments at Zacapa, but there appear to have been no wholesale desertions from the Guatemalan army, and key commanders apparently remain loyal. Registered, and yet, it was on the 24th that Chicamula fell. Only on the 25th did the CIA discern some grounds for optimism. Guatemalan army officers are reported to be slowly realizing the extreme gravity of the situation and are becoming convinced that getting rid of President Arbenz and the communists would be an easy way out. However, there was still no evidence of defections from the Guatemalan army. Registered. And yet, it was on the 25th that Guatemala delivered the army's ultimatum to Arbenz. Thus, throughout the first week of the invasion, the CIA underestimated the confusion and demoralization that gripped Zacapa. All the available evidence indicates that when the senior officers left the capital for Zacapa, on June 19, they had not yet decided to turn against Arbenz. They were, however, angry. Why had they been chosen? I can't understand Carlos Enriquez. Why is he sending his friends to fight against Castillo Armas? Colonel Pablo Diaz complained before leaving the capital. Why can't he send someone else? Registered. At Zacapa the colonels neither surrendered nor fought. They were paralyzed. They kept Arbenz at bay with reassuring telegrams, and they avoided any moves such as crushing the rebels that might further provoke the Americans. The high command was made of jelly. 84 A few junior officers complained about their superiors, but only among themselves. Registered. And so, the troops remained at Zacapa, many kilometers from the front. This was not due to any secret deal with the CIA. The reason for the army's behavior is more prosaic. Fear defeated them, a Guatemalan officer explains. They were terrorized by the idea that the United States was looming behind Castillo Armas. The U.S. Army attaché concurs. The Guatemalan officers were definitely afraid of the possibility of U.S. intervention against Arbenz, and with good reason. That fear was the stabilizing influence that kept them from coming to Arbenz's support when the chips were down. Registered. This is why the only battle the army fought was at Gualan, where a young lieutenant had acted on his own initiative. Registered. The situation was indeed untenable. The army at Zacapa was lying to Arbenz, and these lies could not long remain hidden. Every day, every hour increased the gravity of this disobedience and led, inexorably, to betrayal. Then Castillo Armas attacked Chicamula. Hernandez surrendered and Zacapa remained aloof. The surrender of the one and the passivity of the other were treason. Guatemala arrived at Zacapa. Arbenz was demanding an account. The charade could be sustained no longer. Zacapa told Arbenz to step down. Only against this backdrop of officers who were demoralized before they reached the front, officers who feared the consequences of victory more than defeat, can the significance of the rebels' air force and superior communication equipment be appreciated. If Castillo Armas's air force was puny, that of the government was practically non-existent. Guatemala's planes were as antiquated and unsuited for battle as their pilots were unreliable. With the exception of Lieutenant Juan Adolfo Castillo, who died on June 18 when his At-6 crashed, the pilots had no desire to fight. One defected with his aircraft to Castillo Armas, several sought asylum in foreign embassies, and the remaining few were grounded to prevent more desertions. Registered. The rebel air force inflicted only minimal damage. In the capital, AP-47 knocked out a radio station, but the station belonged to an American evangelist. 8 The intended target, the nearby government radio transmitter, emerged from the war unscathed. Rebel aircraft also damaged a few bridges and railroad tracks between the capital and Zacapa, but none too seriously. Little harm was done at the front at Zacapa, Gualan, Puerto Barrios, and Chicamula. The American pilots were apparently reluctant to risk their lives. The Guatemalans had more ardor, but less skill. The planes were old, and on occasion they met very heavy anti-aircraft fire. By June 22 the rebels had lost 2 planes. One had been brought down by hostile fire, and the other had run out of gas. On that day Eisenhower met with the Dulles brothers and Assistant Secretary Holland to decide whether the planes should be replaced. Nearly a decade later, in an account of the meeting, Eisenhower acknowledged that the United States had provided material assistance to Castillo Armas. I considered the matter carefully, he wrote. It seemed to me that to refuse to cooperate in providing indirect support to a strictly anti-communist faction in this struggle would be contrary to the letter and spirit of the Caracas Resolution. I had faith in the strength of the inter-American resolve therein set forth. Our proper course of action, indeed my duty, was clear to me. We would replace the airplanes. The original planes, Eisenhower averred disingenuously, had been provided to Castillo Armas by another country. In material terms, the major achievement of the rebel Air Force was the sinking of a British freighter on June 27. Someone gave us the information that there was an unidentified ship in San Jose, recalls Phil Roettinger, a CIA agent who was involved in the incident. Robertson, who was a wild man, said, "They must be unloading weapons. Let's sink it." So we got Shup, and he did it. In fact, there were no weapons on board, only bales of cotton and bags of coffee. It was this incident that the General Counsel of the CIA first remembered when asked about PBSUCCESSS. Dealing with it was my office's main task associated with THIRD success. I remember the captain of the ship well. He was a nice man. This sub-incident, as Bissell called it, mercifully turned out to be of little significance and to do no political and minor financial damage to United States. The British government was eager not to antagonize Washington, U.S. responsibility was not publicly discussed, and the claim was eventually settled sub rosa for $1 million. Another bombing error did no financial damage to the United States and was, in fact, a political boon. On June 22, AP-47 dropped a couple of bombs on the Honduran town of San Pedro de Copan, 8 miles from the Guatemalan border. Secretary Dulles, who knew better, transformed this mistake of a rebel pilot into a Guatemalan attack on its peace-loving neighbor. The Honduran government enthusiastically denounced this Guatemalan aggression and threatened retaliation. Copyright. The rebels' planes and broadcasts have often been presented as the decisive psychological weapons that brought Arbenz and his army to their knees. This is hardly plausible. Arbenz, the PGT, and the other leaders of the government coalition remained confident of Castillo Armas's defeat until the betrayal of the army had become plain, rebel planes and radio broadcasts notwithstanding. Nor did the planes and broadcasts disrupt military operations. They were of no value against those who were willing to fight, Lieutenant Silva Gurdon with his handful of soldiers at Cualan, the police and the armed civilians at Puerto Barrios, and the peasants at Chiquimula. Chiquimula stands in its entirety, wrote Marroquín Rojas. Not one house, not one building, not one shack was destroyed. The capital, as we all know, suffered not at all, except for the bomb that fell on the old Fort Matamoros and the strafing of some gasoline storage tanks. All the rest, except for the sinking of the ship in San Jose Harbor, is pure fantasy. If Letton failed to attack, this was not because he believed that Castillo Armas had thousands of men, as the Voz de la Liberación claimed, or because rebel planes were sowing panic and death among his troops. The Guatemalan officers knew very well that the rebel force was paltry, and, at Zacapa, Castillo Armas's aircraft provoked neither desertions nor panic among the rank and file. On the contrary, the soldiers patiently awaited their officers' orders. The planes and radio broadcasts have been useful, however, to a Guatemalan officer corps that has sought to justify its surrender to Castillo Armas. In conversation after conversation with Guatemalan officers, the rebel Air Force and radio broadcasts were initially cited as the critical causes of defeat, but they receded as the conversations proceeded, and the true explanation emerged. The officers were aware, Colonel Paz Novales admitted with marked understatement, that it might be better if Arbenz stepped down. The propaganda of the U.S. was devastating. This is why Zacapa did not fight. The broadcasts and the planes were a sideshow. Washington Pro. Vided Castillo Armas with a far more powerful weapon, the Guatemalan officer's conviction that the defeat of the motley rebel band would lead to prompt and cruel revenge. The resignation of Arbenz. On the night of June 25, Jacobo Arbenz summoned the leaders of the government parties and the labor confederations to the presidential palace. Also present was Colonel Carlos Enrique Diaz. The army at Zacapa had deserted, Arbenz explained. The population must be armed, the political parties and the trade unions must gather their supporters at dawn to receive weapons and training. Diaz raised no objections. He asked only that the distribution of weapons be orderly. The party leaders pledged 4,000 to 5,000 volunteers, the CGTG at least as many. Registered. Of the thousands of volunteers anticipated by the party leaders and the CGTG, no more than 200 materialized. At the Campo de Marte, where the CGTG had called its troops, only 200 showed up. There they waited for weapons that never came. All that appeared was a decrepit colonel who began to lead them in exercises, and so they passed the day, doing push-ups. Degree. A similar scene took place at the Maya Club, where the revolutionary parties had summoned their members. Those few who arrived waited in vain for weapons. They were spared, however, the calisthenics. The few officers who were present kept them anxious and huddled together doing nothing, yet these were people who could have been organized. Degree. An equally depressing scene occurred at the Hippodromo del Norte, where the teachers of the STEG had been called by their Secretary General, Rafael Tischler, a member of the PGT Central Committee. Many teachers arrived, but when Tischler told them that the army at Zacapa had rebelled and asked for volunteers, only 3 or 4 came forward. The others explained that they had families and that it was hopeless anyway. For Arbenz and the PGT, it was another disheartening blow. On 2 earlier occasions, on October 20, 1944 and July 18, 1949, the population of the capital had been summoned to fight, and it had done so eagerly. On this 26th of June, 1954, however, the response was apathetic. On those 2 previous occasions, troops had fought alongside civilians, they had passed out the weapons, and officers had led the volunteers. This time, the military had no intention of fighting, and it opposed arming the people. Moreover, the government's sudden appeal for volunteers when communique after communique had spoken of victory gave credence to the rebel radio's claims that Castillo Armas was advancing with thousands of well-armed men. Above all, in October 1944 and July 1949, Guatemalans had been fighting Guatemalans. Now, they faced a formidable foe. Rumors were rife. The Marines had landed on the Caribbean coast and would march on the capital to eliminate Arbenz. At the front it was raining U.S. paratroopers. Degree. Why else, it was asked, would Arbenz call so abruptly for volunteers? Some have argued that had Arbenz addressed the people on that 26th of June, had he convoked a mass demonstration, thousands of civilians would have marched on the military barracks in the capital to seize the weapons. But this is highly unlikely. A week of mounting rumors, of growing tensions, had sapped the will of a population bruised by months of psychological warfare. Guatemala City was no Madrid. There were no international brigades, and the fledgling labor unions had not been hardened in a daily, bloody struggle like their Spanish counterparts 18 years earlier. Nor was the capital the bastion of the young revolution. It was to the countryside, rather than the cities, that Arbenz had brought the greatest benefits. Thousands of peasants might have fought on that 26th of June. For them, Arbenz meant freedom and land. But they had no weapons. Unaware that their government was collapsing, they continued to man roadblocks, to search for weapons dropped by rebel planes, and to flood the capital with telegrams pledging their loyalty. Jacobo Arbenz was exhausted. He remained closeted in his office on the 26th of June, listening to hourly reports that were increasingly disheartening. The population was immobilized, and the officers in the capital were becoming mutinous. Perhaps, he began to think, he should step down. Perhaps, then, the army would rout Castillo Armas. Perhaps, if he accepted Zacapa's ultimatum, some part of the revolution could be saved. In the late afternoon, Arbenz told Fortuny that he was considering resigning. That evening, the secretariat of the PGT met in his office. Several of us spoke. We told Arbenz that resistance was still possible, that we could still win if we armed the people. As if he were shaking off a trance, Arbenz said, "You've convinced me. Now help me. We have to start at once." It was 11 p.m. when the leaders of the PGT left the presidential palace. They had talked with Arbenz about organizing a group of about 100 PGT members who would be armed with machine guns, but they had no suggestions as to how to seize the weapons from the army and transform untrained civilians into an effective fighting force. They were ready to die for their beliefs, and many have died since, under torture. They had no idea, however, how to organize the defense of the capital. In the words of Piero Gleijeses, the situation was so grave and so complex that the party could no longer deal with it. We were overtaken by events. Fortuny stayed with Arbenz. They talked for 2 or 3 hours, discussing the telegrams and messages of support that had arrived from abroad. We talked about how we should handle the UN and the diplomatic offensive. We talked about how we could make the military arm the people, but Arbenz took no action during those hours he spent with Fortuny, other than talking. Nearly 30 years later, Fortuny comments, "We were escaping from reality." Arbenz was exhausted. He didn't even try to implement the plans he had discussed with the leaders of the PGT. The same was true of Fortuny, who failed to point out to Arbenz that they had to do more than talk. After months of terrible tension, 2 brave men were unwilling to concede defeat and were paralyzed by despair. It was to be Arbenz's last night in the presidential palace. While he daydreamed with Fortuny, others in the capital prepared to act, all with one objective: to remove the president and appease the United States. On the morning of Sunday the 27th, Foreign Minister Torriello, on his own initiative and without informing Arbenz, sought out Purifoy. He asked whether the United States would be satisfied if Arbenz were replaced by a military junta, but not by Castillo Armas. He too would resign, if Washington so desired, although, he hastened to add, he personally had always been very anti-communist and, as far as he was concerned, the junta could take all the communists in Guatemala and send them to Moscow. As Torriello pleaded with Purifoy, several unconnected plots were brewing among the officer corps in the capital. There was the handful of supporters of Castillo Armas, biding time and busily spreading rumors. There were also those perennial plotters who were hostile to both Arbenz and Castillo Armas, senior officers like Cruz Salazar, Monzon, and Dubois, who were ambitious yet had lacked the courage to act. And there were those senior officers who were considered particularly loyal to Arbenz and who had never plotted against him, men like Armed Forces Chief Diaz, Defense Minister Sanchez, Army Chief of Staff Perinello, Air Force Chief Luis Giron, and the President of the Consejo Superior de la Defensa, Carlos Sardi. These 5 colonels met on the morning of the 27th at Diaz's house, and their conclusion was swift and unanimous: Jacobo must go. Thereupon Diaz phoned Purifoy, who had just finished listening to Torriello's entreaties. "Situation appears breaking rapidly," commented the ambassador, after listening to Diaz's plea that they meet at earliest possible moment. It was 2 p.m., June 27, 1954, accompanied by Colonels Martin and McCormick, and by DCM Krieg. Purifoy went to Diaz's house. There he met Diaz and his 4 confederates. Diaz said that he and his colleagues were ready to force Arbenz to resign. He would become president and would immediately outlaw the PGT and exile its leaders. In return, the United States must no longer champion Castillo Armas. In ringing tones, Diaz, strongly seconded by others, that direct negotiations with Castillo were out of question. They would rather die than talk with him. Washington would no longer need Castillo Armas, they pledged. Their Guatemala would be stable, anti-communist and pro-American. The first order of business was the removal of Arbenz, Purevoy pointed out. The rest could be settled later. Nor did his interlocutors think to insist on a guarantee as to the future role of Castillo Armas. Finding solace in Purevoy's promise that as soon as Arbenz had been deposed he would arrange a truce with the rebels, Diaz said that they had decided to act at once. There was, however, one last problem, Diaz added, the tough problem. Who is going to bail the cat? Who will talk to Jacobo? Purevoy's report continues. With but moments hesitation he made decision, Col. Sanchez will visit all garrisons and announce I have assumed presidency. Colonel Giron will inform Air Force. I will go to Palace with Perinello and Sardi and we will tell Jacobo after some other talk, Diaz said, Arbenz may answer two ways. He will either say yes. Or he will say, this is insubordination, and call the guard. In latter case we will not emerge from Palace. If we are not out in reasonable period, Sanchez will bring up artillery. Degree. Diaz and his friends departed, with Purevoy insisting on the necessity of acting quickly to round up leading communists. Purevoy's account is confirmed by two of the U.S. officials who were present and by Colonel Perinello registered. Once the meeting had ended, Perinello went with Diaz and Gurdon to the presidential palace. I was trembling, Arbenz could have had us shot. In the palace, they found the president virtually alone. While Perinello and Gersiksen waited, Diaz went into Arbenz's office and emerged half an hour later. It's settled. He will resign today. Leaving the palace, they rushed to tell the good news to Purevoy. Arbenz had agreed to step down in favor of Diaz and would announce his resignation at 9 p.m. It was approximately 5 p.m. 2 degrees Fortuny, who had arrived at the palace while Arbenz was with Diaz, saw his friend as soon as the colonels had left. This time, Arbenz refused to reconsider his decision. Instead, he asked Fortuny to write his resignation speech. At first Fortuny refused, but Arbenz insisted, please, do this last favor for me, the last favor I will ask you in my life. Fortuny relented, and together they outlined the speech. Shortly thereafter, in the late afternoon, Arbenz met with the cabinet. At least 2 ministers were absent. Aldana Sandoval had already sought asylum in the Salvadoran embassy, and Defense Minister Sanchez was busy ming up support for his friend Carlos Enrique Diaz in the barracks of the capital. Throughout the Arbenz presidency, the cabinet had been an institution of only modest importance. It had not met since the beginning of the invasion. As the ministers convened, at Arbenz's request, not one knew he intended to resign. Interior Minister Charnaud, perhaps the most influential cabinet member, had not seen Arbenz since the 25th, others had not seen him since June 17. Now they were informed of his decision. Arbenz did not ask for their advice, nor did they offer it. 23 The session was short, which suited many of the ministers who were in a hurry to leave to seek asylum in foreign embassies. Arbenz also left, but for his personal residence, Casa Pomona. It was 8 p.m., June 27, 1954. He had already taped the short speech that Fortuny had prepared. It was broadcast at 9 p.m. Speaking with a voice full of emotion, 24 President Arbenz bade farewell to the Guatemalan people. I say goodbye to you, my friends, with bitterness and pain, but firm in my convictions. He was resigning to eliminate the pretext for the invasion of our country. He had reached his decision with his eyes on the welfare of the people, and he would hand over power to his friend Carlos Enrique Diaz with the hope of saving the democratic gains of the October Revolution. A government that, although different from mine, is still inspired by our October Revolution is preferable to 20 years of bloody tyranny under the men whom Castillo Armas has brought into the country. Arbenz's words of immense sadness and dignity, were as enigmatic as the man himself. He did not explain his decision, he remained silent about developments at the front, and he made no reference to any ultimatum from his officers. Indeed, his speech included no attack on the army that had betrayed him. His criticism, and it was scathing, was reserved for Castillo Armas and the United States. Many have branded Arbenz' resignation as the surrender of a frightened man. These critics include Guatemalans and foreigners, people of the right and of the left. They have passed judgment but have seldom sought to understand what hopes and what fears might have led him to this desperate step. Even Purifoy's dispatches show greater insight into Arbenz' motivations. As Purifoy reported, Diaz and his 4 cohorts had offered to get rid of Arbenz but had insisted that the United States abandon Castillo Armas. Purifoy had avoided any comment. Sent the 5 colonels transformed this ambiguity into a promise. 27 Diaz went to the presidential palace. He told Arbenz that the army units in the capital would attack the palace by 5 p.m. unless he resigned. Whether out of fear or shame, Diaz stressed that he was merely the messenger. Registered and that he remained loyal to his friend and president. This was decided without me, Jacobo, and I was merely asked to inform you, I will not participate in this coup. Beyond these lies, Diaz told Arbenz the truth, or rather, his version of the truth. Purifoy had promised, he asserted, that the United States would accept him as Guatemala's next president if Arbenz resigned and the PGT was banned. Diaz said that he had been sent by the officers in the capital. In fact, he represented no one but himself and his 4 colonel cronies. Degree earlier he had told the same tale to Purifoy. Vain and unintelligent, Diaz overestimated his influence in the army. Mistaking superficial camaraderie for loyalty and respect, he believed that the army would rally behind him. His 4 confederates shared his illusions. Diaz was not consciously lying. He was stating what he thought would occur, and his confidence was reinforced by what he believed to be Purifoy's blessing. He would prove wrong, on both counts. Arbenz knew even less about the true feelings of the officers than did Diaz. He believed that Diaz was his friend, and he believed that he was telling him the truth. Diaz was the most senior officer in the armed forces and was, Arbenz thought, well regarded by his fellow officers. Had he not been selected as the new president? Furthermore, according to Guatemala, the officers at Zacapa were rebelling against Arbenz because they refused to be dragged into his war against the United States. They had not attacked Diaz. Indeed, Leon and his 2 colleagues were Diaz's friends. Therefore, Arbenz concluded, if the United States was willing to accept Diaz, Zacapa would follow suit, and the ascent of Castillo Armas would be blocked. Diaz had told Arbenz that as president he would have to ban the PGT, exile its leaders, and halt the agrarian reform, but he had stressed that he would retain as many of the benefits of the revolution as he could, including leaving the land that had been distributed under Decree 900 in the peasants' hands. Arbenz saw himself confronted with a cruel choice. A Diaz presidency would spell the end of the revolution, and it would abort his attempt to transform Guatemala into an independent nation. The alternative, however, was worse. A victory of Castillo Armas meant the surrender of all national dignity, the obliteration of all the reforms undertaken since 1944, the return to power of the landed elite, and an orgy of repression. Reports were already coming in that the liberationistas were killing subversives. Arbenz could no longer protect the Guatemalan peasants. He had lost, and they with him. His timely resignation could lighten the burden of their defeat. Plus, and so Arbenz was lulled by Diaz's promises. Later, he said, I agreed to withdraw in favor of a loyal officer, Colonel Diaz, under 2 conditions, that there were no deals with Castillo Armas and that the achievements of the October Revolution were preserved. Degree corroboration is afforded by the Embassy of the United States. After listening to Diaz's account of his conversation with Arbenz, Colonel McCormick cabled that Arbenz had accepted Diaz's ultimatum provided Diaz promised not negotiate with Castillo Armas. Diaz agreed in the same vein, Purifoy reported, as condition for peaceful turnover. Arbenz demanded and Diaz gave his word of honor that he would not enter into negotiations with Castillo Armas. Degree. This explains why, in his resignation speech, Arbenz did not condemn the officers who had betrayed him. It is as if Jacobo had said to the army, I am resigning, but please continue to fight against this traitor. Do not surrender to these bandits. Clinging to his last hope, he was appealing to the army's sense of honor. What alternative was open to Jacobo Arbenz at that late hour? Should he, as some have claimed, have left the capital and become a guerrilla leader? His failure to do so was a crude error of grave historical consequences, stated Luis Cardoza y Aragon, a Guatemalan writer who lived in Mexico. 38 But even if Arbenz had been able to leave the capital for the countryside, how could he have built his guerrilla force? True, many peasants would have joined him, but they had neither weapons nor training. The adventure would have ranked among the most senseless of the many guerrilla efforts attempted in the hemisphere in the 20th century. Arbenz would have led a host of peasants to their slaughter in the name of what? Revolutionary glory? Personal heroism? Is the argument that Arbenz should have ennobled the collapse of the revolution through his own death? If such were the aim, rather than staining his own martyrdom with the blood of defenseless peasants, he should have met his fate by attempting to hold out in the presidential palace. As with Salvador Allende, death in the palace would have glorified his memory. And death might have been preferable, for Arbenz, to the 17 years that awaited him. But Arbenz's decision must be seen in the light of the alternatives as they appeared to him on that fateful 27th of June. He believed that his timely resignation would lead to the presidency of Carlos Enrique Diaz and thwart the triumph of Castillo Armas. His resignation was not an act of cowardice, but the desperate attempt to save what might still be saved. Perhaps many people will think that I am making a mistake, he conceded in his farewell speech. From the bottom of my heart I do not believe this. Only history will decide. Degree. As his words were broadcast on the evening of the 27th, Arbenz was at his home, Casa Pomona, where he spent the night. He had no need to seek refuge, he reasoned, since Diaz was in command. Degree. Before leaving the presidential palace, he had urged the revolutionary politicians present to assist the new president. Some did not dally, they fled to foreign embassies. Others stayed, among them Charnaut and Castillo Flores, who remained calm, confident that Diaz would remain in control. The peasant organizations, Castillo Flores proclaimed, must cooperate fully with Colonel Diaz, since he has promised to uphold the laws of the October Revolution. In a speech that was broadcast immediately after that of Arbenz, Diaz had indeed pledged that he would honor the social reforms enacted since 1944, and he had also promised that he would continue to fight against Castillo Armas until he is defeated. From DFAZ to Castillo Armas. Diaz was an opportunist, but he was not utterly disloyal to the men with whom he had hobnobbed when he had been Arbenz's protégé. On the evening of the 27th, he freed Gutierrez, who had been arrested a few hours earlier. Pellicer and Gutierrez should seek asylum tonight, he warned Fortuny, who was still lingering in the presidential palace. Your lives are in danger, and there are things I cannot control. Diaz, concludes Fortuny, was not prepared to kill communists, for Diaz was doomed. The United States had not launched Castillo Armas's invasion in order to hand the presidency to a friend of Arbenz. Washington intended to impose its own man, a man with unblemished anti-communist credentials, a man who would not urge communist leaders to seek asylum, but who would destroy them. A game of musical chairs began. By the time the music stopped, on July 7, Castillo Armas was in control. To accomplish this feat, the United States, in Secretary Dulles' apt words, had to crack some heads together, degree, a task for which Purifoy was particularly well suited. It was not an exacting undertaking. Arbenz and his communist friends had been removed from the stage, and a crowd of officers had rushed into their places. Deeply demoralized, fragmented, aware that their conduct appeared ignominious but too worried about their own survival to behave with dignity, the Guatemalan officers were easy prey. In the 11 days following Arbenz's resignation, 5 provisional governments succeeded one another, each more amenable to Castillo Armas than its predecessor. Some officers served in more than one junta. In this squalid minuet, the dancers jostled one another, each with his hopes and delusions, moving to a foreign beat. Some, damned by their Arbencista past, were quickly shoved off the floor by an impatient Purevoy. Others met with his approval, the fervent anti-communists who had disliked Arbenz and had served him only out of opportunism. But theirs was only a supporting role, to pave the way for Castillo Armas. Those who performed gracefully were later rewarded. None proved more supple than Lt. Colonel Cruz Salazar. When the invasion began, he was hostile to Castillo Armas. 2 weeks later he was working on his behalf. According to Cruz Salazar, he was under unbelievable psychological pressure. John Doherty, the CIA station chief, would appear at any hour, day and night. He didn't let me sleep, but the Americans were reasonable men. Doherty's threats were accompanied by promises, and the promises would be kept. Cruz Salazar became Castillo Armas's first ambassador to the United States and received a generous bonus, the beginning of an enriching career. Colonel Monzon was not as astute as Cruz Salazar. Purevoy and other U.S. officials had praise for him. He was a fervent anti-communist and a hard worker. Had Monzon understood his role, he too could have savored the sweet blessings of obedience. But he persisted in believing that he could deal with Castillo Armas as an equal. He was soon brought to heel, of course, and his importunities cost him dearly. On September 1, 1954, he was forced out of the junta. A few months later he was eased out of the country. When he tried to return, in August 1955, he was informed that his papers were not in order, and that he regretfully could not be permitted to enter the country. Registered. He even suffered the indignity for a man of his stamp of being refused a U.S. visa. 9 Monzon's memoirs, Diálogos con el Coronel Monzon, are the bitter lamentations of a failed opportunist. The dance that brought Castillo Armas from Chiquimula to the presidency can be quickly described. It is a sordid footnote to Arbenz's resignation. On the night of June 27, Colonel Diaz was awakened by 2 CIA agents who ordered him to resign at once. Stunned, hadn't Purevoy given him his word, Diaz asked to see the ambassador. But when he was brought to Purevoy, it was only to hear the same sentence again: he must resign. They were quite rough with Diaz that night, recalls DCM Krieg. Purevoy upbraided the hapless colonel for having allowed Arbenz to denounce the United States in his resignation speech and told him to step aside in favor of Monzo 6N, who was well known for his anti-communist feelings. In his illusion that Purevoy would accept him as president of Guatemala, Diaz had chased the mirage of a promise. The tone of Arbenz's farewell speech only abbreviated the span of a presidency that would, in any case, have been ephemeral. Chastened, Diaz withdrew. He dared not disobey Purevoy, but neither was he ready to jettison his ambitions. He reappeared before the ambassador a few hours later, flanked by his friend, Colonel Sanchez, and by Monzon. Hoping to placate Purevoy, Diaz had traded the presidential mantle for that of the head of a 3-man junta composed of himself, Sanchez and Monzon. Stressing that Monzon would be completely in charge of security matters, that is, of carrying out vigorous program clean out communists, Diaz and Sanchez promised take no action without his approval. The junta lasted less than 24 hours. Purevoy continued to insist that Diaz resign. His threats were delicately summed up by Monzon in his memoirs: there will be no peace in Guatemala until the men in power can guarantee the eradication of communism. This was why, Monzon argued, I suggested to Carlos Enrique Diaz that he resign in my favor. 53 Diaz hesitated, and was overtaken by events. On the night of the 28th, a group of officers arrived unbidden at the house of his ally, Army Chief of Staff Perinello. Unceremoniously, they woke him up: you are dismissed. Give us the keys to your office. 5+ Perinello docilely handed over the keys, thereby exiting from center stage. Meanwhile, another group of officers rose against Diaz and Sanchez. At 4:45 a.m. a new junta was proclaimed, composed of Monzon, Cruz Salazar, and Dubois. Not one drop of blood had been shed and no resistance had been offered. Diaz and Sanchez meekly hastened off the stage. Their departure was described by the indefatigable Purifoy. Returning to Diaz's office at 4 a.m., I found Monzon had not yet appeared. Just as I was about to leave, Diaz received telephone call from Palace and he and Sanchez left to confer with several officers. Shortly thereafter Diaz returned and wearily informed me that things had changed. He and Sanchez had decided resign from Junta, 55. This was, applauded Purifoy, a healthy change, which guaranteed that there would no longer be any wavering in the persecution of communists. Degree Castillo Armas, however, was still at Chicamula and still waiting for his turn. When Monzon installed himself in the presidential palace, Castillo Armas controlled only a speck of Guatemalan territory. His was the parody of an invasion, but he faced the parody of an army. In any case, his strength was elsewhere. He was the candidate of the United States in a country that was rapidly regressing to a banana republic. Negotiations had opened on June 27 between Castillo Armas and the colonels at Zacapa. They ended, 3 days later, with the Pacto de las Tunas, whereby the troops at Zacapa placed themselves under Castillo Armas, receiving in exchange full guarantees of life and property and the assurance that they would suffer no discrimination. In their military careers the pact asserted that the honor and the dignity of the army were untarnished, a fantasy that convinced no one, and certainly not the officers at Zacapa. Within a few days, they returned to their barracks despondent, with a terrible sense of defeat registered, though eager to crush communists and relentless in his professions of loyalty to the United States. Monzo 6N was reluctant to hand power to Castillo Armas. He enjoyed the timid support of a great many officers who felt that they would be better protected by a junta of fellow colonels than by their erstwhile foes. None, however, was willing to challenge the United States. Meanwhile other officers, including junta members Dubois and Cruz Salazar, were discreetly working for the triumph of Castillo Armas. The United States opened the next act. The State Department asked President Osorio to invite Monzon and Castillo Armas to talks in San Salvador. Osorio complied, and the two rivals arrived on June 30 aboard U.S. planes. Both were disgruntled, wary, and anxious. Degree. 2 days of quarrels ensued. Then, at 4:45 a.m. on July 2, Monzon and Castillo Armas embraced, to the edification of a crowd of photographers, and signed the Pacto de San Salvador. They had, wrote the New York Times, tears in their eyes. Copyright. The pact established a new junta, which included Monzo 6N, Dubois and Cruz Salazar, as well as Castillo Armas and another liberationista, Major Enrique Trinidad Oliva. For the moment, Mon 6N would continue as president, but the junta would select a new president in not more than 2 weeks registered. In Washington, Holland concluded, since Cruz and Oliva are Castillo men, Castillo has control. Registered. The most colorful character at San Salvador was Purifoy, who arrived in the early afternoon of July 1, with a plane load of journalists. Acting like a stern father, he brought the recalcitrant pair to a swift agreement. He first received Castillo Armas, whom he had never met. Setting diplomatic niceties aside, he scolded the Guatemalan for his intransigence. Purifoy explained. I then told him I was going to speak with absolute frankness. You know, and I know, I told him, how the American people feel about you. Many American people think you should be the president of Guatemala, and I personally will do all in my power to help you. For the present, I think you should be taken into the junta. And, confidentially, PLL tell you something else. COL. Cruz Salazar told me that he was on your side, so you should have no problem at all. He seemed to be pleased and reassured by these last statements. Copyright. Next it was Mon 6N's turn to be lectured by the ambassador. In all due modesty, Purifoy later boasted to Holland, within an hour after talking for about 30 minutes with each man, had a basic agreement. The rest of the time all night long they were fighting over details. While Purevoy held center stage, Somoza bombarded the State Department with suggestions and complaints, claiming that Castillo Armas was being placed at a disadvantage in the negotiations with Monzon. Registered Ambassador Whelan cabled that Somoza was hurt and angry because Castillo Armas had been told upon landing in Managua while en route to San Salvador that he was under orders "see no one but me. I told President I knew of no such order and thought it misunderstanding. I then phoned airport and learned such order had been received from somewhere. I told airport disregard their orders." Registered in San Salvador, Purevoy was interrupted in his peacemaking by the untimely visit of the Nicaraguan ambassador, Carlos Duca, who carried an urgent message from his master. Purevoy reported, "President Somoza wished to advise me that in view of the breakdown in negotiations between Castillo Armas and Monzon, he urged the entire negotiating party to come to Managua as his guests to continue their discussions there. If this were not feasible," he said, "then he strongly advised that Col. Castillo Armas be made President of Guatemala, and that Col. Mon 6N be made Minister of Defense." He mentioned several other cabinet appointments, which I do not recall. I thanked Ambassador Duca. I told him, however, that I did not believe it would be necessary to trouble President Somoza with any of the negotiations. Registered. Eager to mask its interference, the State Department downplayed its role at San Salvador. Thus, it was initially thought that Purevoy should not attend the meeting, much to his disappointment, but the stubbornness of Castillo Armas and Monzon forced Washington to reconsider. Registered. Once Purevoy had done the job, U.S. officials informed Osorio, who had merely housed and fed the guests, that the credit for the agreement was all his. Commendable modesty also led the United States to abstain from signing the pact, thus giving the Salvadoran government recognition as the principal mediator. The agreement was signed by only Castillo Armas, Monzon, and El Salvador's acting foreign minister. Registered. On July 3, a triumphant Purevoy brought Monzon and Castillo Armas with a crowd of boisterous journalists back to Guatemala City in the embassy plane. If Castillo Armas still doubted that he had won, his misgivings were soon dispelled. On July 7, in accordance with their secret pledges, Cruz Salazar and Dubois resigned from the junta. To Mon 6N, it came as a surprise, to Purevoy, as a foreordained conclusion. Left with Castillo Armas and Oliva, the hapless Monzon dutifully added his vote, a few hours later, to theirs, making Castillo Armas's election as junta president unanimous. "Things are going to work out beautifully," a confident Purevoy told Holland the following day. And so they did. On September 1, again by unanimous vote, the junta dissolved itself, and Castillo Armas became president of Guatemala. Only one incident disturbed the careful choreography that brought Castillo Armas from Chicamula to Guatemala City. At dawn, on August 2, a vigorous exchange of gunfire awoke those who lived in the southeastern sector of the capital. About 100 of the 136 cadets of the Escuela Politecnica were attacking the Roosevelt Hospital, which housed 700 armed liberationistas who had come from Zacapa and Chicamula to participate in a victory parade. 7. Purevoy, Castillo Armas, and the officers in the city were caught by surprise. Also surprised were the cadets' officers, who did not join their charges in the attack on the hospital. Taking off from the nearby military airport, Castillo Armas's planes strafed the cadets, who had been reinforced by about 200 soldiers sent by the base milita. But the cadets and soldiers held their ground, demonstrating once again that the rebel air force was of little use against troops willing to fight. The liberationistas were isolated. No army unit came to their assistance. On the contrary, the base milita sent a detail to occupy the military airport later in the morning, thus grounding Castillo Armas's planes. The base milita, however, never openly raised the banner of insurrection against Castillo Armas during the day. The army units in the capital broadcast both proclamations of loyalty to the ruling junta and words of praise for the glorious efforts of the cadets to vindicate the honor of the army. It was Purifoy who dominated the scene in Guatemala City. He held court, appropriately enough, in the presidential palace. He threatened, cajoled, admonished. He told the officers who came to pledge their loyalty that the United States was irrevocably behind Castillo Armas *. He was not unduly excited by the rebellion. It had no leftist tinges, he told Holland, and there were no signs of communist activity. Rather, he stressed, anti-communists were fighting anti-communists and Guatemala's anti-communists had a comforting tendency to obey U.S. orders. The immediate cause of the revolt, Purifoy cabled, was a tawdry incident that had occurred on the night of August 1. Liberation elements forced 2 cadets into local body house, made them strip and attempted perpetuate gross indignities on their persons and reportedly killing one of them in ensuing brawl. His information was accurate except for a few details. The unlucky cadets who were 4 or 5 rather than 2 had gone to the brothel on their own initiative, and, although they were forced to dance naked in front of the prostitutes and other clients, none had been killed. 7. This was merely one in a series of humiliations. Castillo Armas's supporters had found it difficult to hide their contempt for an army that had surrendered without fighting. On August 6, the U.S. Embassy pointed out that behind the cadets' uprising was dissatisfaction in the army resulting from the rankling sense of humiliation of the officers' corps. The uneasiness which naturally extended through the armed forces as officers wondered what their fate would be in the shake-up expected from the new government. And the jeers to which uniformed army personnel are reported to have been subjected by the populace, and especially by the swaggering youngsters carrying the brassard of the Liberation Army registered. The rebellious cadets were not challenging the United States. Even as they besieged the Roosevelt Hospital, they informed Purifoy of their loyalty to the junta. They wanted only an asterisk and 2 insults from the liberationistas. At 5:30 p.m. on August 2, while his men still held out at the Roosevelt Hospital against a smaller force, registered degree Castillo Armas informed Purifoy that he intended to go to Zacapa where he had another 500 men under arms, but Purifoy told him to stay in the capital. 1 hour later, the besieged liberationistas surrendered. They were disarmed and forced to rip off their military badges and throw them on the floor registered. Then they were marched as prisoners of war through the city, and loaded into trains. After spending the night in the wagons, the defeated rabble departed for Zacapa, from whence it had come as conquerors a few days earlier. At dusk, on August 3, the confidence of the ambassador was vindicated. The commander of the base Milita and his deputy went meekly to the presidential palace to give themselves up while the other army units in the capital declared that they were ready to attack the cadets. Obligingly, the cadets rendered forthwith in exchange for a guarantee that they would not be punished. The Guatemalan press, which was no longer free, celebrated the end of the revolt as another glorious liberationista victory. Second battle against communism won, crowed El Impartial. The U.S. Embassy was more sober. The events had demonstrated that there was very little active support for Castillo Armas in the armed forces. Castillo Armas himself had shown little imagination or resolution, and the civilian anti-communist and liberation organizations lost all semblance of discipline. 85 The cadets had attempted the impossible. They had tried to recover the dignity of the army without standing up to the United States. As in June, opportunism proved stronger than honor, fear of Washington more powerful than national pride. 100 Guatemalans, including many innocent bystanders, were killed or wounded on August 2 and 3 as the cadets indulged in their senseless pursuit of the lost dignity of the Guatemalan army. Castillo Armas's retribution followed. In violation of the terms of surrender, the Escuela Politecnica was closed, and the rebellious cadets and several officers were cashiered or jailed. The Pax Americana was re-established. Chapter 15. Conclusion. Ever since Jefferson cast his gaze toward Cuba, 3 forces have shaped U.S. policy toward the Caribbean: the search for economic gain, the search for security, and imperial hubris. These were the forces that shaped the American response to the Guatemalan Revolution. Consider the stage. There is Jack Purifoy, that abusive, arrogant ambassador. There is the red Jacobo, and there are the bananas. Behind the bananas looms the United Fruit Company, with its platoon of influential lobbyists and talented publicists. In Washington, a Republican president heads a pro-business administration whose upper echelon is studded with friends of United Fruit. Foster Dulles had been a senior partner in the law firm that had represented UFCO. His deputy, Walter Bedell Smith, was toying with the idea of taking a job with UFCO. The Assistant Secretary for Latin America was a Cabot, as was the ambassador to the United Nations, and the Cabots were major UFCO stockholders. Eisenhower's personal secretary, Ann Whitman, was the wife of UFCO's Director of Public Relations. From Washington's perspective, Arbenz perpetrated outrages against UFCO. If one recalls the fury of the Truman administration when Arevalo sought to enforce the labor code, one can appreciate the gravity of Arbenz's crime when he seized UFCO's lands. It is not surprising, then, that some critics have seen in the decision to overthrow Arbenz the heavy hand of UFCO. Without United Fruit's troubles, write the authors of Bitter Fruit, it seems probable that the Dulles brothers might not have paid such intense attention to the few communists in Guatemala, since larger numbers had taken part in political activity on a greater scale during the post-war years in Brazil, Chile, and Costa Rica without causing excessive concern in the U.S. government. UFCO had a motive, and it had the contacts. It is tempting to survey the scene of the crime, find this smoking gun, and arrest the fruit company. There is, however, more evidence. After studying the Guatemalan primary sources and juxtaposing them with U.S. reports, it becomes clearer and clearer that while the U.S. Embassy's concern with communism under Arevalo owed much to UFCO's smoke and mirrors, its concern with communism under Arbenz owed little to the company. Arbenz's sympathy for the communist cause was obvious, as was the growth in strength and prestige of the Community Party. It is true, as Bitter Fruit points out, that the communist parties of Brazil, Chile, and Costa Rica had acquired significant influence in their respective countries. The Communist Party of Chile had ministers in the cabinet, that of Costa Rica was an important part of the government coalition, and that of Brazil won 10% of the vote in the December 1945 presidential elections. By 1948, however, all three parties had been banned. The PGT, by contrast, gained influence in the early 1950s, when in the United States, McCarthyism was at a peak and when, in Latin America, all other communist parties were waning. Not in Brazil or in Chile or in Costa Rica had the communists ever been the president's intimates, never had they been part of his inner circle, privy to his most closely guarded secrets. In no country of Latin America had the communists ever been as influential as they were in Guatemala. And no president had ever been as close to the communists as was Arbenz. It required no manipulations by UFCO minions for U.S. officials to appreciate these truths. As Ambassador Schoenfeld noted, *1 had only to read the articles carried by the official Diario de Centro America degree, just as scholars frequently fail to see the depth of the change from Arevalo to Arbenz, so they have failed to see the change in the U.S. government's reporting on Guatemala from the late 40s to the early 50s. The reports of the late 40s reveal, beyond their arrogance and ethnocentrism, immense ignorance. Many are simply bizarre, particularly those discussing the communist issue, those convoluted papers, for example, on whether Arevalo was a communist. These reports bear no relationship to the reality of Guatemala. They inhabit a deranged world of nightmares. In the 50s, the embassy dispatches, despite their inaccuracies and ethnocentrism, reveal a grasp of the country and of the situation. A corps of Guatemala hands had emerged in the Office of Intelligence and Research of the State Department, in the Directorate of Intelligence of the CIA, and in the embassy in Guatemala. Very often, when these people pointed to cases of communist influence, they were right. This shift from an embassy that knew nothing to an embassy that was reasonably well informed reduced UFCO's power to influence the picture of Guatemala. In the 40s, UFCO was, to a great extent, the interpreter of matters Guatemalan. In the 50s, its role had become marginal. The figure of the loud and arrogant Jack Purifoy distorts a temperate assessment of U.S. reporting on Guatemala in the months before the overthrow of Arbenz. It is difficult not to be overwhelmed by this embodiment of imperial hubris, particularly when he is contrasted with his poised and urbane predecessor, Rudolf Schoenfeld. Schoenfeld is remembered to this day as a gentleman. The contrast with Purifoy could not be more stark. There was no contrast, however, between Schoenfeld's and Purifoy's assessment of Guatemalan politics. Schoenfeld had hardened his stance on the Arbenz administration with each passing year, and his reports to the department were increasingly hard-hitting. During the first year of its application, the agrarian reform caused a perceptible alteration in the political balance in Guatemala, Schoenfeld reported in 1953. In its simplest terms, this change was the progressive atrophy of the opposition and a further growth and consolidation of communist influence. This was the natural result of the communists' position in the agrarian reform, of President Arbenz' attitude, and of the continued unawareness and indifference of the Guatemalan army to the currents of the time. Temperamentally, Schoenfeld was not the man to oversee the bullying warfare of success, but his analysis of what was happening in Guatemala helped to provide the operation's impetus. Purifoy was well cast for his role. His bad manners shine through his own report of the conversation he had with Arbenz when the two officials and their wives dined together on December 16, 1953. This oft-cited report has clinched the man's reputation, and indeed, it is difficult not to feel sympathy for Arbenz and respect for his quiet dignity as he faced the Americans' cross-examination. This is not, however, the only conclusion to be derived from the report. It is also undeniable that the ambassador had been well briefed. "Curt talks lasted approximately 6 hours, wrote Purifoy, 6 hours during which the focus of his interest was communist influence in Guatemala, not UFCO's plight." Indeed, when Arbenz sought to raise the subject of UFCO, Purifoy retorted that we should consider first things first, registered first things first. As Purifoy pressed Arbenz with precise questions about communists in the administration, the pro-Soviet slant of the government media, the PGT's influence in the agrarian reform, Arbenz's answers were lame, unconvincing. Nor was he helped by his wife, who acted as interpreter and volunteered answers that were manifestly untrue. This was the case when Maria stated, in response to Purifoy's questioning, that neither the Deputy Director of the Agrarian Reform Department nor the Director General of Radio Broadcasting was a communist, only to be quickly corrected by Arbenz. Further, when Purifoy asked why the Guatemalan Congress had held memorial services for Stalin, Mrs. Arbenz interjected to state that the reason for this was that the people of Guatemala had regarded Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin as saviors of the world, and that perhaps when Mr. Churchill passes on, Congress will hold memorial services for him, a singularly ecumenical position. 28 years later, after reading Purifoy's report, Maria de Arbenz commented ruefully that on that most unpleasant evening she and her husband had not been persuasive. "The truth," she explained, "is that we were in a very difficult situation because Purifoy's information was essentially correct." Degree. Survey the scene again. There is UFCO, boasting from the sidelines, there is Purifoy loudly, rudely, reporting home. These two cloud the crux of the issue. U.S. officials were alarmed by the rising influence of communism in Guatemala. And yet they knew that the communists were not in control of Guatemala. Neither the CIA nor embassy officials nor the military attaches ever claimed that the Guatemalan army was infiltrated by communists, and the army, they noted, was Guatemala's key institution. But they were worried about the future. The communists, the CIA had warned as early as 1952, will attempt to subvert or neutralize the army. The agency also feared that, under pressure from Arbenz and the PGT, the army might eventually be unable to retain the monopoly of weapons, and, although very reluctantly, agree to release weapons to a people's militia. More immediately, Arbenz's Guatemala threatened the stability of the region. It was the only country in the hemisphere that offered a friendly abode to persecuted communists, and it was actively engaged, U.S. officials believed, in subverting its neighbors. On this point, Washington was wrong. Unlike Arevalo, Arbenz did not meddle in the internal affairs of other countries but his agrarian reform was far more dangerous than Arevalo's Caribbean Legion had ever been. Guatemala has become an increasing threat to the stability of Honduras and El Salvador. Its agrarian reform is a powerful propaganda weapon. Its broad social program of aiding the workers and peasants in a victorious struggle against the upper classes and large foreign enterprises has a strong appeal to the populations of Central American neighbors where similar conditions prevail. Central America was small, the borders were porous, news traveled fast. It was impossible to escape the contagion, asserted Marroquín Rojas, as the May 1954 strike paralyzed the north coast of Honduras, while from El Salvador, Osorio sent a message of fear. His country, he warned, would be next on the list for even without the hazy prospect of a communist takeover of Guatemala and the more real threat to Guatemala's neighbors. Arbenz posed an intolerable challenge. In the heart of the American sphere of influence, in an upstart banana republic, there stood proud, defiant a president whose pro-communist sympathies were obvious, a president whose closest collaborators were communists. Worse, this president and his communist friends were successful. The agrarian reform was proceeding well, the PGT was gaining popular support, and basic freedoms were being upheld. It was an intolerable challenge to America's sense of self-respect. Fortuny was right when he said, they would have overthrown us even if we had grown no bananas. Eisenhower's Guatemala policy was no aberration. It was derailed neither by UFCO nor by Purifoy nor by Senator Joseph McCarthy. It fit within a deeply held tradition, shared by Democrats and Republicans alike and centered on the intransigent assertion of U.S. hegemony over Central America and the Caribbean. This intransigence, which climaxed in the series of military interventions linking the presidencies of Theodore Roosevelt, William Taft, and Woodrow Wilson, seemed tempered in the 1930s by the good neighbor policy of Franklin D. Roosevelt. But FDR's neighborliness was tested only once, for the dictators who infested the area during his presidency never questioned Washington's hegemony. The exception was Cuba, where in late 1933 the United States worked for the downfall of a young nationalist government, helping to usher in the long era of Batista's tyranny. Would Truman, had he remained in the White House for another term, have tried to overthrow Arbenz? In this realm of speculation, there are several guideposts. His administration became fiercely hostile to Arevalo, yet Arevalo's sins were trifling compared to those of Arbenz. Truman did approve a plan to unseat Arbenz, Operation Fortune, that was cancelled only at Atchison's urging. Would he have reactivated it as the agrarian reform unfolded? Would he have held back, as communist influence in Guatemala grew? What is certain is that Truman never considered a modus vivendi with Guatemala except on his own terms, an end to the persecution of American companies and a comprehensive purge of those whom Washington deemed communists. This is what he had demanded of Arevalo, and this was what he demanded of Arbenz. Truman and Eisenhower, Democrats and Republicans were unable to think of Guatemala in terms other than the relationship between Metropole and Banana Republic. America's imperial hubris was no aberration. It preceded Truman and continues well beyond Eisenhower. As the Eisenhower administration's broadsides against Guatemala reached their crescendo, Republicans and Democrats sang the appropriate chorus in impressive bipartisan harmony. On June 22, as the invasion was underway, the minority leader, Lyndon Johnson, addressed the Senate. The Soviet Union had supported Guatemala's demand that the United Nations, rather than the OAS, handle the crisis. This, he declared, was open, flagrant notice that the Communists are reserving the power to penetrate the Western Hemisphere by every means: espionage, sabotage, subversion, and ultimately open aggression. Johnson introduced Senate Concurrent Resolution 91, which reaffirmed that the United States must prevent interference in Western Hemisphere affairs by the Soviet Communists. The resolution was approved with a lone negative vote, that of William Langer, the maverick senator from North Dakota. The Senate, Langer warned, does not know all the facts. 9. This was the one expression of humility and the one call for restraint in U.S. policy toward Guatemala heard in the U.S. Congress between 1949 when the attacks on Arevalo began and 1954 *. If the Congress of the United States mistook the aggressor for the victim, so too did the American press. It had paid very little attention to the country in the Arevalo years. As a result, it had been easy prey for the helpful UFCO representatives. Then came Arbenz. As the Red Jacobo became notorious in the United States, journalists began to visit Guatemala more frequently. Many remained ignorant, ethnocentric, and shrouded in Cold War paranoia. Others relied less on obliging sources and gained a better understanding of the country *. But even they remained convinced that, whatever the peccadillos of a receding past, U.S. respect for the principle of non-intervention had been exemplary since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. This self-righteousness became all the more shrill as LB's success gathered momentum. Brutal Guatemala was bullying the long-suffering United States. When, in January 1954, the Arbenz government provided proof that the United States was plotting against it, the American press leaped into collective self-delusion and ardently embraced the lies of the State Department. While the Latin Americans stood transfixed in the weeks that followed Caracas, American journalists scoffed at their fears. Given this attitude, the CIA did not have to do much to mask the involvement of the United States. The fig leaf was very transparent, threadbare, in the words of a CIA official. Point 2. During the invasion of Guatemala and after Arbenz's overthrow, a magic curtain was drawn around the United States. There is no evidence that the United States provided material aid or guidance, Milton Braca assured his readers. Castillo Armas, the New York Times explained, had enjoyed merely the moral support of the United States, just as Arbenz had * the moral support of the Soviet Union. The New Republic's comment was equally penetrating. It was just our luck that Castillo Armas did come by some second-hand lethal weapons from heaven knows where. 74 Even those journalists who hinted that they were not so gullible heeded what John Kennedy later called the duty of self-restraint. Newsweek's remark is typical of the style of the fleeting and unprobed innuendo. The United States, aside from whatever gumshoe work the Central Intelligence Agency may or may not have been busy with, had kept hands strictly off Washington, could have cleaned up the situation * overnight if necessary, by halting coffee purchases, shutting off oil and gasoline from Guatemala, or as a last resort, by promoting a border incident and sending Marines to help the Hondurans. Instead it followed the letter of the law. Arbenz had been overthrown in the best possible way, by the Guatemalans *. James Reston adopted a similar, cryptic style. If somebody wants to start a revolution against the communists in, say, Guatemala, it is no good talking to Foster Dulles. But Alan Dulles, head of the Central Intelligence Agency, is a more active man. He has been watching the Guatemalan situation for a long time. * Reston quickly moved on to other, less contentious subjects. The discreet works of the CIA were of no concern to patriotic journalists. The credulity and the complicity of the American press allowed the Eisenhower administration to broadcast the big lie, to present the fall of Arbenz as dramatic evidence that the idea of freedom was one for which men were willing to fight and die. For Eisenhower, notes one of his closest aides, *, it was very important not only to achieve the objective, but how it would be achieved. It was important, that is, for Eisenhower to be able to boast. The people of Guatemala in a magnificent effort have liberated themselves from the shackles of international communist direction and reclaimed their right of self-determination. The press took up his cry, joining in the celebration of what the New York Times called * the first successful anti-communist revolt since the last war. It was a time for rejoicing, not for questioning. What Oswald Garrison Villard wrote in 1918 about the American press's handling of the U.S. occupations of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, held true 36 years later. There were not more than 5 journals in this country which took the trouble to examine into the facts, or the reasons for the government's action, or that sought for independent knowledge as to what led up to this development. there was the usual chorus of absolute approval. America could do no wrong, why inquire? If the desideratum is a watchful, well-informed, intelligent, and independent press, bent upon preserving the liberties of ourselves and our neighbors, then truly are our newspapers sorely lacking *. The press in Western Europe and Latin America was not so flaccid. The fig leaf allowed those who did not want to see the truth to avert their eyes, but the others, the majority, were not so coy. At a time when diplomatic successes are rare in the United States, remarked Le Monde on July 2. It was predictable that the Secretary of State would not forego the opportunity to celebrate the victory of good versus evil in Guatemala. This he did in last night's televised speech. The speech will not endure as a masterpiece of eloquence, but it will endure as evidence of the Americans' clean conscience, of the hypocrisy with which some Americans condemn the colonialism and the subversive plots of others, but never reflect on the modern forms of economic colonialism or on the methods they themselves use to get rid of governments that they do not like. * 4. Few in Western Europe believed that Guatemala had been on the verge of becoming a communist bastion. Many thought that Eisenhower had brought down Arbenz on behalf of United Fruit, others thought his behavior that of the lord of the manor using a cannon. To render a poacher harmless, it is not surprising, then, that Assistant Secretary Holland complained of the bad European press degree, but the irritation of the Europeans was tempered by fatalism. The Caribbean was the Americans' backyard. The Europeans might wish that the United States behaved in a more mature, more generous manner in the region, but in the final analysis, it was Washington's affair. Europe was a distant bystander, and no direct European interests were at stake. Criticism of and doubts about U.S. policy are widespread, reported the Foreign Broadcast Information Service, but the criticism is neither heated nor large in volume. A U.S. official predicted calmly, "It will die within the next few days." 38, and so it did. The one European country in which the Guatemala story left more than a fleeting impression was England. For the British, who prided themselves on their special relationship with the United States, the crisis had been doubly humiliating. The quarantine had been a slap to England's maritime pride, and American browbeating for their Security Council vote had added to the insult. For several weeks, the opposition kept the issue alive, but by late summer it had faded from the British press and from the minds of the British people. The Latin Americans were less philosophical. Washington was shocked by the wave of pro-Guatemalan and anti-U.S. demonstrations that swept over Latin America, noted Newsweek. Only those countries where the dictator's rule was absolute, like Trujillo's Dominican Republic and Somoza's Nicaragua, remained quiet. "Our people are frightened by reactions all over," Foster Dulles told his brother, while the New York Times reported from Brazil that it was difficult to find anyone who did not believe that the United States was involved in the fall of Arbenz. LB's success, most analysts now agree, left a lasting legacy of anti-Americanism in the region. This conclusion must be tempered. Those who spat on Vice President Nixon in Lima in May 1958 and those who threw stones at him a few days later in Caracas did surely reflect Latin America's deep anger at the Eisenhower administration and, more generally, at the United States. But grievances beyond LB's success had stoked this fury: the embrace of Latin America's dictators, the support for any and all American companies, the denial of economic aid. Had Eisenhower refrained from LB's success and maintained the rest of his hemispheric policy, it is doubtful that the reception of Nixon in Lima and Caracas would have been less angry. Furthermore, given his hemispheric policy, had Eisenhower refrained from ousting Arbenz, his restraint would have been seen by many as weakness. No doubt, geography and history made Guatemala's plight more poignant in Havana than, say, in Buenos Aires. The Guatemalan drama contributed to the radicalization of Che Guevara, who was in Guatemala when Arbenz fell. And it embittered Cuban nationalists like Fidel Castro. The fall of Arbenz, we are told, taught the Cubans and Che Guevara a precious lesson: we cannot guarantee the revolution before cleansing the armed forces. Che told Castro the Cubans' quarrel with the United States, however, had deep roots. What would have been different had PBS-UCCESS not occurred? Not the bitterness over the past, the Platt Amendment, the overthrow of Grau, the coddling of Batista. Not the shame of seeing Havana a brothel for American tourists and vast sectors of the country's economy in U.S. hands. The nationalism of Fidel Castro and those who surrounded him had no need of Arbenz drama. Nor did Castro need to learn from Arbenz experience that he should not trust Batista's army. PBS-UCCESS had, however, a more real cost for the United States. It inflated the self-confidence of the CIA coming in the wake of the overthrow of Mossadegh, it strengthened confidence in the agency's abilities and so contributed to the disaster of the Bay of Pigs, the Cuban nemesis of Washington's victory in Guatemala. *T Don't think that when we were planning the Bay of Pigs we had a clear understanding of why Arbenz had resigned, Richard Bissell muses. AIL too seldom, he adds, did the CIA conduct postmortems of successful covert operations. I never saw a postmortem of Ajax and, to the best of my knowledge, there was no postmortem of PBS-UCCS*. Registered. His point is enlarged by Lyman Kirkpatrick, the Inspector General of the CIA, whose office was expressly excluded from PEEB success. After I got wind of the operation, he recalls, I wrote a memo to Alan Dulles. I wanted him to let 2 men from my office observe success. That memo got the fastest turnaround I've ever seen. Within an hour the thing was back on my desk, permission refused. Signed AWD*. After Arbenz fell, the CIA made no effort to probe the Guatemalan officers and other protagonists to find out what really had happened in Guatemala, what really had brought down Arbenz. Even in the absence of this, notes Bissell, a careful internal study would have been very useful. It was not done*. Flushed with victory, the CIA transformed success into an impressive exploit. Relief swept away any consideration of the flaws of the operation, the failure to penetrate the military. The failure of the fifth column*. The failure to plan beyond the first stage of the invasion. Only 7 years later was there a postmortem of sorts of the Guatemalan operation. In his review of the Bay of Pigs, Inspector General Kirkpatrick looked back at PBS-UCCESS. I can still remember Alan Dulles' face after I had gone over everything and told him. The agency did a miserable job. Boastful operatives have spun the image of an omnipresent CIA that had penetrated every nook and cranny of Guatemala, the army, in particular. We are told, for example, a CIA staff officer, documented and disguised as a European businessman, entered Guatemala and achieved the defection of a senior officer on Arbenz staff. Through him we were able to gain up-to-the-minute situation intelligence concerning Arbenz's intentions and the disposition of his troops. Elsewhere we read that during the invasion the CIA had authorized its paramilitary teams at the front lines to promise cash payments to any officer thinking of defecting, and one army commander reportedly accepted $60,000 to surrender his troops. The truth is more banal. Throughout PBS, the CIA was poorly informed about developments in the Guatemalan army. Once the invasion began, it was unsure how the officers would respond. As for the authorization to the CIA paramilitary teams on the front lines, notes Bissell, we couldn't have done it, because we didn't have anyone on the government side at the front. Nor, for that matter, did the CIA have anyone on the rebel side at the front. We weren't allowed to go with them, recalls a CIA agent who had trained the rebels in Honduras. We weren't supposed to have anything to do with them. It would have been a disaster if one of us had been captured. But this nod to the fig leaf was not what caused the agency to remain ignorant, over the next week, of what went on in Zacapa and even in the capital. Very few officers had joined success, and not one of them occupied a sensitive position. This failure is illuminated by Richard Bissell. In the Directorate of Plans, he explains, there was a lack of expertise about Central America. I would be surprised if there was anyone at OPA-LACA or at the CIA Washington headquarters of PBS-UCCESS who had a thoughtful understanding of what was going on in Guatemala. Once success started rolling, the CIA sent more agents to Guatemala. But they were new to the country, so they weren't the best men to penetrate the armed forces. This is a slow, professional job that requires a lot of time. All our concentration was on things that could bring quick results. The CIA gained very few officers for PBS-UCCS. In fact, to the very limited extent that the US was able to penetrate the Guatemalan armed forces, this was mainly through the military attaches and the military missions, rather than through the CIA. But the military attaches, too, had their problems. Like the embassy and the State Department, they understood the obvious: the Guatemalan army was not communist, it was opportunistic, nationalistic, and loyal to Arbenz despite its uneasiness about his ties to the communists. Success demanded that the military attaches scare the Guatemalan officers, and they were the right men for the job, brash and burly. Subtlety was not their strong card. They succeeded in scaring, but not in understanding. Socially, we knew the Guatemalan officers very well, the army attaché remembers. They were very gracious, easy to talk to, but when you tried to pin them down, it was very difficult. DCM Krieg concurs, for decades, the fear of speaking against the government had been instilled in the officer corps. It was extremely difficult to break down their exterior friendliness. They didn't mind coming to your house, having a drink, but when it came to important questions, they hid behind a wall of clichés and generalities. Degree this broad failure to penetrate the Guatemalan armed forces and to grasp the extent of their demoralization led the CIA to underestimate the chances of success before Castillo Armas crossed the border and to grow increasingly despondent during the first week of the invasion. It explains why Eisenhower's decision on June 22 to replace the 2 planes lost by the rebels has been presented as an historic moment when the fate of the operation hung in the balance. This notion that, as Kirkpatrick himself has written, the Guatemalan operation only succeeded by the narrowest of margins, remains the established truth. In fact, Castillo Armas had won before he crossed the border. He had won because the Guatemalan army was convinced that his defeat would trigger a U.S. intervention. Taking into account how insecure the CIA had been about the operation, it is striking how little contingency planning had been done. To some degree this was inevitable. In a covert operation, argues Bissell, one can plan the first phases, but not what happens next. In success, the detailed planning of the CIA had extended only until the moment Castillo Armas's force crossed into Guatemala. And after that, very little through the first week of the invasion, as the fog of war was pretty dense, and Castillo Armas floundered, the CIA waited passively and with growing pessimism. Finally, as the second week began, Allen Dulles and Wisner spun into action. In a meeting in Allen Dulles' office, they decided to take all Castillo Armas troops, to withdraw them from Guatemala, and to shift the attack around into a seaborne operation against Puerto Barrios. This was a plan born of despair. We thought Armas was going to lose, comments Bissell, who was at the meeting and was told to go to New York to commission a ship. The operation, he recalls, was called off when we learned that Arbenz was resigning. Whatever it might say about the CIA's lack of foresight, it was eloquent testimony to the agency's ignorance of developments at the front. Likewise, Bissell remarks, no thought had been given to what to do should Castillo Armas fail. Given the U.S. assessment of the threat posed by the Arbenz government, the humiliation that Castillo Armas's defeat would have represented, and the fact that it would have strengthened Arbenz, it is hard to imagine that Eisenhower would have accepted failure. Passivity would have been humiliating abroad. The Guatemalan military and the Latin American governments, who knew that Castillo Armas was Washington's man, would have seen it as weakness, not wisdom. And passivity would have been humiliating at home, where Republicans and Democrats would have railed against the administration that had come to power promising to roll back communism. Domestic pressure and the immense imbalance between the two countries would have sparked Eisenhower's imagination. Perhaps he would have imposed unilateral sanctions. Guatemala was totally dependent on imported oil, shipped in by 3 American companies and Shell. As the General Counsel of the CIA remarked, the oil companies were very cooperative at that time. Very cooperative. On June 16, 1954, Alan Dulles met with representatives of one of the four to discuss the small country down south. Was this a harbinger, should Castillo Armas fail? Or perhaps a direct military intervention would have been justified by inventing, first, a border incident between Honduras and Guatemala. Eisenhower firmly believed that the presence of a communist-controlled regime in our backyard was unacceptable, a close aide recalls. He had a great inventory of principles in order, some would say, to rationalize whatever he wanted to do registered. Eisenhower faced no awkward decision. Arbenz fell. The ease with which his regime collapsed helped pave the way for the Bay of Pigs. Overconfidence, lack of reflection on the lessons of PBS-UCCESSS, and what Kirkpatrick has called the amateurishness of the young agency registered caused the CIA to launch the Cuban operation as if it were a grand sequel to the Guatemalan one. This, despite the fact that the two situations were fundamentally different. Castro had his own army, Arbenz did not. Therefore, LB's success was a psychological operation that needed only a minimum paramilitary component. The spark, the Bay of Pigs was, or should have been, a military operation. If the CIA had paused to reflect on the former, they would have recoiled from the latter. Instead, the agency wallowed in euphoria. The ease with which Arbenz collapsed held another cost for U.S. policymakers. As Eisenhower's Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America said, it tended to blind a little bit the eyes of all us. Trademark. It reinforced Washington's complacency. No radical challenge would succeed in the American Mediterranean, no changes were necessary in U.S. policy toward the region. It is conceivable that, had Eisenhower refrained from LB's success, the United States might have learned that an unsympathetic regime need not represent a threat to its security, that coexistence was possible. It might further be argued that, had Arbenz been allowed to end his term, the example of Guatemala's successful agrarian reform would have forced the neighboring regimes in El Salvador, above all, to introduce reforms. One might retort, however, that without LB's success, Washington would have remained just as intransigent and narrow-minded, and that the Hondurans and the Salvadorans would have responded to the Guatemalan contagion with repression, not reform. Beyond these speculations, one conclusion remains: the cost of victory was, for the United States, very low. Those who paid were the Guatemalans. In 1944, the fall of the dictators had opened the possibility of hope in the country of eternal tyranny. To the eloquent and charismatic Juan José Arevalo fell the task of defining the meaning of the revolution. Arevalo was honest, eager, and confident. His immense ego shines through his countless speeches, his flowery statements about spiritual socialism, and the adulatory biographies that rolled off the government presses during his presidency. Yet he failed to address the problem of American control of vital sectors of the country's infrastructure. He failed to address the problem of the country's retrogressive tax structure, and he failed to address the problem of land distribution. He benefited from a period of high coffee prices, and he enacted some worthwhile economic measures, but he lacked a coherent economic program. As the World Bank noted in 1950, the developmental efforts are so haphazard that resources are dissipated in a number of inadequate and uncoordinated projects. Registered copyright. There could have been no Arbenz, however, without first an Arevalo who introduced political freedoms and social reforms. The men who would form Arbenz's kitchen cabinet and Arbenz himself awoke politically in the Arevalo years. Yet there is a clear break between the two presidencies. Arevalismo and Arbenzismo were two very different things, two very different ways of governing, Arevalo himself has stated. Arbenzismo warped the revolution and welcomed the communist leaders into the president's office. Arbenz did more than welcome the communist leaders into his office. With their help, he brought agrarian reform to the Guatemalan countryside. This is the crucial difference between the two leaders. As the Office of Intelligence and Research had concluded, no positive action had been taken by the Arevalo administration to correct the extremely skewed land tenure system that rotted the Guatemalan countryside. home to 80% of the country's population. Copyright the * revision of the labor code was virtually the only incursion which the revolution made in the countryside under Arevalo degree. True, it would have been very difficult for Arevalo to implement a comprehensive agrarian reform program, at least until the death of Arana, since he did not control the army. The impression that emerges from the written evidence, however, and from Arevalo's own statements on the land tenure problem in Guatemala, and from interviews with men who were close to Arevalo, is that it was neither the army nor the upper class that restrained him. He was a middle-class Ladino, his family owned land. The world of the Indian was distant and fearsome. Agrarian reform was not in his plans, whether on privately owned lands or on the fincas nacionales. This should provoke neither surprise nor indignation. It was typical of his class. Less typical was Arbenz' behavior. Like Arevalo before him, he wanted Guatemala to be a nation, not a banana republic. But unlike Arevalo, Arbenz, this white son of a Swiss-German father, this military officer, loosened the knots that stifled his country. As he prepared Decree 900, he was moved by his own beliefs, not by external pressure. The revolutionary parties had no desire for such a step, and the rural masses were too weak to demand it. When Arbenz sought to justify the agrarian reform to his officers by saying, "If we don't do it ourselves, the peasants will do it themselves with machetes," registered. They rightly understood that he was dissembling. The peasants, so long oppressed, were not demanding what they so desperately needed. Indeed, many peasants were initially deeply wary of Decree 900. The impetus came from Arbenz. Arbenz's partner was the PGT. No other partner was possible, for no political party shared Arbenz's commitment to social reform and his willingness to put the interests of the nation before his own. The dedication, honesty, and selflessness of the leaders of the PGT were noted even by the U.S. Embassy. A hybrid regime evolved that was unprecedented in the region. A small group of idealists, Arbenz and the leaders of the Communist Party, promoted a revolution from above, but not a doctrinaire program that would have been disastrous for their country. The Communists spearheaded the agrarian reform, but they did not seek collectivization. Some American intellectuals who were sympathetic to the reforms complained at the time that the PGT was perverting the revolution. How nice it would have been to have the revolution without the communists. Degree this unrealistic. The PGT's role as advisors and as implementers was essential. As Arbenz's widow observed, alone, he could not have done it. Granted, Arbenz could have had communists as allies and not been one of them. The evidence, however, indicates that the communists were his closest personal and political friends, and that, at least by 1952, he felt like one of them, even though he did not join the party until 1957. Nearly 40 years after his overthrow, Jacobo Arbenz remains an elusive, enigmatic figure. He left no books and no articles presenting his views, arguing his case, only a few reticent interviews. His photographs as an officer, as president, show a Teutonic man, good-looking but with a distant expression. A different Arbenz emerges in conversations with his few close friends and in yellowed letters that his wife may read aloud but will not lend, personal passages that provide a glimpse of the man who had a soft smile and who had wanted to be a reformer without knowing exactly what it meant, a man who did not become a cold ideologue, but who dreamed a passionate dream. Know that it won't last forever, but I will fight as long as I can to preserve it for myself and for my children. Barrios Pifia spoke calmly, with no sense of guilt, just as he had when telling me of his plotting with Arana in 1949. As he spoke, a whirlwind of death was swirling through the Indian highlands of Guatemala. Left-wing guerrillas had mounted an unprecedented challenge, and the repression was pitiless. The mountains and the valleys were littered with corpses of men, women, infants. Rape was a banal event, charred villages a fact of life. Terror proved effective, but victory carried a price. The drama of the Guatemalan upper class is that, alone, it cannot safeguard its world. The privileged have sought a series of protectors, dictators to control the masses, the United States to topple Arbenz, and now, the army to defeat the guerrillas. They would like the army to be humble, subordinate as it was to Yabiko. But the mercenaries have grabbed power for themselves, they have encroached upon the political and economic preserves of the upper class. In June 1954, the Guatemalan officers had returned from the front after their surrender to Castillo Armas despondent, and with a terrible sense of defeat degree. They, who had sympathized with the nationalism of the revolutionary years, had capitulated like officers of a banana republic. They were subjected to the contempt of those whom they had betrayed and of those who had benefited from their betrayal. On August 1, in a military parade, the army was jeered by the masses and by the upper class, by the defeated and by the victors alike, traitors to the former and cowards to the latter. It was a moment that the Guatemalan officers neither forgot nor forgave. Henceforth, they vowed, they might be cursed, but never again would they be jeered *, for it was the far left, the guerrillas, that helped them to recover their pride. As their pride swelled, so did their power. Until 1944, they had been the instrument of the dictators. After 1954, they were the bride of the upper class. As the army battled successfully against the guerrillas, the marriage underwent a subtle transformation. The army gradually grew whiskers and developed strong muscles. Registered by the late 1970s, the army controlled both the country and the national budget. It had become the country's strongest political party, ruled by a central committee of a few senior officers. It even instituted its own agrarian reform. The state gave land to generals and colonels. The army is still the macho in Guatemalan society. It wields awesome power, and it exudes an institutional pride and a mystique that set it sharply apart from its counterparts in Honduras and El Salvador. The Guatemalan officers are proud of their impunity. They are not prosecuted for crimes against civilians. They are proud of the fear they inspire. The army is untouchable. They are mightier than God. They are everywhere, they see everything, they know everything. And yet, the army cannot escape the culture of fear. Too much blood has been shed in Guatemala for its officers to sleep peacefully. Too many enemies lurk. In 1985, the army organized elections to lend an aura of legitimacy to a regime in which it would retain power but be relieved of the burden of coping with the economic morass into which it had sunk the country. A democratic Guatemala, moreover, would be better able to obtain foreign economic assistance. And so, in January 1986, a civilian president was inaugurated. He boasts about Guatemala's new human rights legislation and its new institutions to protect human rights. But the laws are not enforced and the institutions are spineless. Torture and murder are still the alternative to social reform in Guatemala, and the human sacrifice continues. Hence the cry of pain of the Chief Justice of Guatemala: in this country we are drowning in demagoguery and in laws that will never be enforced. I say this in full knowledge of the situation, and it pains me to say it. As a judge, I am filled with shame. Registered perhaps someday the process that the United States crushed in 1954 will resume. Registered perhaps someday the social reforms that the upper class and the military now oppose will become possible. And the culture of fear will, again, loosen its grip over the land of Guatemala. At present, there is the reality, a reality that was expressed in the 1988 Pastoral of the Guatemalan bishops. The cry for land is, without any doubt, the loudest, the most dramatic and the most desperate sound in Guatemala. The hunger for land is the root of the injustice of our society. The bishops paid homage to the man their predecessors had reviled. Arben's agrarian reform program, they asserted, was the only serious attempt to reform this situation of profound injustice since 1954. At least 100,000 Guatemalans have been killed, and over 40,000 have disappeared to preserve the fruits of Castillo Armas's victory. Epilogue. The fate of the defeated. Through the summer and the autumn of 1954, while Castillo Armas arrested thousands in the name of anti-communism, the U.S. Embassy bitterly complained that 5 of the 11 members of the PGT's political commission were still at large. Of these 11 men, 3 are alive today. Not one of the others died a natural death, all were murdered by their government in cold blood. Victor Manuel Gutierrez, the Franciscan, was seized by the police on March 5, 1966. He was tortured and killed. His corpse and those of several other prisoners were sewn into burlap sacks and dropped into the ocean from an army transport plane. Bernardo Alvarado Monzon, Mario Silva Janama, and other PGT leaders disappeared in September 1972. 6 weeks later, El Imón told their story. 5 leaders of the PGT disappeared on September 26 from the capital of Guatemala. Since then, no one has been able to say where they are or even whether they are still alive. Except for the feeble protests, quickly hushed, of family members and a few friends, silence has reigned. Yet there were witnesses to the disappearance of September 26. The 8 PGT leaders were attending a secret meeting when the police came to abduct them. Witnesses wrote down the license plate numbers of the police cars. Nevertheless, Colonel Alvarado Robles, chief of police, has denied that the 8 were arrested, and officials claim that the allegations are a plot to discredit the government. Many people, they explain, disappear because they have left illegally for the United States in search of work, others have accidents in inaccessible places, others die in shootouts with the forces of law and order and must be buried at once because they don't have identity papers. The disappeared of September, are they still alive? Or, as the U.S. Embassy suggests, have they been tortured, killed, hacked in pieces and tossed from a plane into the gray waters of the Pacific Ocean, the discreet and welcoming grave of so many disappeared more anonymous than these men of the PGT? While his former friends were tortured, killed, and hacked in pieces, Carlos Manuel Pellicer lived well. In the Arbenz years, he had been an influential member of the PGT's political commission, but he broke with the party in 1962.4. Not only did he turn into a rabid anti-communist, he soon began to sing the praises of those who ruled Guatemala and to applaud the liberation of 1954. He was appointed ambassador to Israel, consul general in Houston, and charge d'affaires in Paraguay. Alfredo Guerra Borges, too, broke with the party in the mid-1960s. But he never recanted, and he never praised the liberators. Although he was allowed to live in Guatemala, he lived in fear, and he subjected himself to rigorous self-censorship. In 1981 he left his country, as the repression rose to a new frenzy, threatening even a man who had long ago renounced all political activity, but who had refused to surrender his dignity. Unlike Pellicer, Fortuny never betrayed his beliefs. Unlike Guerra Borges, he never ceased fighting for them. He has remained pugnacious, stubborn, cantankerous, a poor diplomat and a warm human being. He demonstrated his political courage in Cuba in the 1960s. As the PGT's representative, he clashed repeatedly and doggedly with his hosts on behalf of his party's independence. And he demonstrated his physical courage during 4 years of clandestine life in Guatemala, where capture meant death. Fortuny now lives in Mexico modestly, as he always has. He earns his living as a journalist and freelance editor. In mediocre health, but always active politically, far more attracted by the evolution of the Italian Communist Party than by the dogmatism of the Cubans, Fortuny looks with pride at his 40 years of political struggle, from the heady days of the Guatemalan Revolution to the long exile that began as he left his country with the defeated Jacobo Arbenz. Arbenz. Guatemala City, September 11, 1954, 10 p.m., several cars speed from the Mexican embassy. Jacobo Arbenz and his wife are driven to the plane that will take them to Mexico. After a delay of more than 2 months, Castillo Armas has granted them safe conduct. At the airport, Arbenz is searched. The defeated president had to take off all his clothes and hand them to the immigration officials as he undressed. Journalists and photographers pressed around him, the former taking notes, the latter, photos of every step of the proceedings, the surrender of the overcoat, the surrender of the jacket, the surrender of the pants, etc. Throughout the ordeal, Arbenz remained composed, and when he spoke, briefly responding to the questions of the immigration officials, he did so in a sober and serene manner. He left his country with dignity. In Mexico, the welcome was cold. The Mexican authorities were sensitive to pressure from Washington, and they had, in any case, little sympathy for the Red Jacobo. They told him that he could remain in the country only if he abstained from all political activity. They wanted to be rid of Arbenz, but without the opprobrium of deporting him. Thus, when he told them in December 1954 that he wanted to go to Europe for a few weeks, they promised that he would be allowed back, but when he tried to return, the Mexican embassy in Paris refused to give him a visa. The time is not right, they told him. He must wait. Registered and wait he did, a year in Prague, a few months in Moscow and Paris. At last, in 1957, he and his wife were able to return to the Western Hemisphere. They settled in Uruguay, the only Latin American country willing to receive them. It was there that Arbenz formally joined the PGT degree. Those were painful years. Arbenz had to endure more than the hatred and the scorn of those whom Washington had enthroned in Guatemala. When he had been president, Guatemala's revolutionary politicians had been respectful. Now they vented their anger and their frustration. Had Arbenz been like Arevalo, had he not unleashed the agrarian reform and befriended the communists, he would still be in power, and they with him. You are to blame for the defeat of the revolution, a former friend told him in early 1955. Jacobo was deeply hurt, his wife remembers. Degree and, in a widely read book, the prominent Guatemalan writer Cardozo y Aragón, a self-proclaimed revolutionary who sat out the revolution, pronounced Arbenz a coward and a petty bourgeois. In 1960, Jacobo and Maria moved to Havana. Cuba offered Arbenz a place to live, the fleeting hope that he could be useful, and enduring humiliations. For the triumphant Castroites, he was the symbol of failure. In their exuberant arrogance, they overlooked that Arbenz, unlike Castro, had come to power without his own army and had received no support from the Soviet Union. They paid him brief homage for his efforts as president of Guatemala and then stressed how they would avoid his mistakes. The Cubans were very condescending, recalls Maria. It was humiliating for Jacobo. He asked them to give him something constructive to do, even if it wasn't related to politics. He offered to teach math in a school, but the Cubans demurred. They made him feel useless. All they did was to call on him every once in a while to give interviews or to deliver speeches. While Arbenz was in Cuba, young guerrilla leaders raised the flag of revolt in Guatemala. They had been children in 1954, they grew to manhood as Castro triumphed. To them, Fidel was the present and the future, Arbenz, the past. Arbenz respected their courage but was critical of the Foucault theory they had borrowed from the Cubans. His relations with them were friendly but distant. His offer to join them was accepted in principle but postponed to a future that never arrived. 3 personal tragedies struck. Arabella, the eldest of Arbenz's 3 children, shot herself in October 1965, at age 27. She was, like her mother, beautiful and very intelligent, and she was renowned for her high-strung spirits. In Mexico, at the funeral, friends who had not seen Arbenz in 10 years remarked how he had aged. He was very thin and smoking like a chimney. He looked haggard and sick, like a tired old man. A few months later, Arbenz left Cuba for Paris and then Lausanne. He was still a member of the PGT, but his health was declining, and he was increasingly lost in his own thoughts, tormented by a sense of failure and by the ghost of Arabella. At last, in 1970, he was allowed back into Mexico, but on a visa that had to be renewed abroad every 6 months. My longing is to live the last moments of my life near Guatemala, he told a journalist in October. He died on January 27, 1971, in Mexico, a lonely man. He was alone the night he died, for his wife had gone to El Salvador on family business. Registered his last known conversation had been with Fortuny, his loyal friend in success and in defeat. Arevalo. Soon after his inauguration, Arbenz appointed Arevalo roving ambassador, a pleasant sinecure. For the next 3 years, the ex-president passed his time in Europe and Latin America at his government's expense. He was neither consulted about policy in Guatemala nor did he influence developments there. Registered Arevalo was in Chile when Arbenz fell. He remained there, later moving to Uruguay and, in 1959, to Venezuela. He resumed his academic career and wrote 3 books that constituted a passionate if clumsy indictment of U.S. policy in the hemisphere. By 1961, however, his criticism of Eisenhower and Foster Dulles was accompanied by attacks on Castro and praise for Kennedy. Degree in 1963, Arevalo joined in a bizarre tango with his old foe, General Ydígoras, who had been president of Guatemala since 1958. The stench of corruption and incompetence permeated his administration. As the end of his term grew close, Ydígoras groomed his successor, Roberto Gleijeses, who was unpopular in his own right and further burdened by his champion's disrepute. The upper class opposed Gleijeses and splintered its support among half a dozen other hopefuls. Elections were scheduled for November 1963. Ydígoras intimated that he would allow Arevalo to run and announced that the elections would be free. From Mexico, where he had lived since early 1962, Arevalo was campaigning. Seeking to assuage the fears of the upper class and the military, he stressed that he was and had always been an anti-communist. For good measure, he indulged in personal attacks on Arbenz. He also swore that he, Arevalo, had had nothing to do with the death of his good friend, Arana. Everybody in Guatemala knows who killed Arana, why he was killed and who benefited from it. Arevalo made no apology for his past criticism of the United States, but he explained that it was different now, there has been a changing of the guard. The dinosaurs have been defeated, and the Great Republic is ruled by new men who studied at Harvard, too. In Guatemala, tensions rose. If Arevalo were to run in unfettered elections, he would win, reported the U.S. Embassy, for he would receive the votes of all those who were critical of the liberation of 1954. Yet neither the upper class nor the army would countenance a second presidency of Juan José Arevalo, the man who had delivered them to the Red Jacobo. Degree on March 30, 1963, the country awoke to the news that Arevalo had returned. He had come to lead his supporters, he announced, and he would remain in Guatemala even if it cost him his skin. 2 days later, however, Arevalo was back in Mexico. On March 31, the army had ousted Ydígoras and installed a military junta. The elections were cancelled. Poor Ydígoras. Free elections had never been in his thoughts. He had merely hoped to blackmail the upper class and the military. He raised the specter of Arevalo in order to frighten us into accepting his candidate, observes an upper-class Guatemalan. But his little ploy backfired. Degree. The coup neither surprised nor displeased Washington. Degree. More than a decade had passed since Truman's days, and much had changed in the world. But Central America was still at the heart of the American empire, and imperial reflexes die hard. For Guatemala, the dinosaurs were still in power in Washington, Harvard-educated or not. The department considers Arevalo's return to power adverse to U.S. interests, Under Secretary George Ball wrote on January 5, 1963. As president, Arevalo had allowed the infiltration of communists, Secretary Dean Rusk noted, while from Guatemala the U.S. ambassador joined the chorus. Arevalo is totally bad from U.S. standpoint. 8. Arevalo may have been deprived of the presidency, but he had no intention of enduring the lonely fate of Jacobo Arbenz. Lesser honors were available to him, if he was willing to pay the price. He was willing. In 1969, Guatemala's president offered Arevalo the ambassadorship to Chile. Arevalo accepted the kind offer, turning a blind eye to the fact that the army had just slaughtered thousands of unarmed civilians. 2 degrees through the next decade, he served under military governments that were notorious for their brutality, their venality, and their illegitimacy. Degree 1. José Arevalo, the honored elder statesman, lives today in Guatemala. He has adjusted well to fear, repression, and forgetting. The aim of this bibliography is to provide the reader with a readily accessible list of the sources I have used and to give the full citation of sources which, for simplicity's sake, have been cited in abbreviated form in the footnotes. Every book cited in the footnotes, including those that are incidental, is listed in the bibliography. When the author is the same as the publisher, I list only the place and date of publication. Given the quantity of newspaper and magazine articles cited in the notes, it seemed sensible to follow a different procedure. No article that appeared between January 1930 and January 1, 1955, is listed unless it is of particular historical importance. Articles that appeared after January 1, 1955, are included only when they would be of use to a scholar of the Revolution. Articles that appeared in scholarly journals between January 1, 1930, and January 1, 1955, are listed in the bibliography. Unpublished papers and documents. I have used 6 major depositories of documents. The Eisenhower Library in Abilene, Kansas, is a researcher's dream. Superbly organized, with a staff of highest quality, its only drawback is that it deprives the researcher of the pleasure of the search. Upon arrival, I was handed a list of the files that would be relevant to my study, and whenever I ventured beyond these files, I came up empty-handed. Thus, I had been warned that the library's massive Walter Bedell Smith collection would be of no use to me. I tried anyway, acquired an intimate knowledge of the general's love of fishing but not a whisper about Guatemala. In the Truman Library, Independence, Missouri, the researcher will have to show some spirit of initiative and search for files on his own, but this, too, is a well-organized, professionally run library. In the National Archives in Washington, the researcher should go systematically through all the decimal files relating, even peripherally, to Guatemala. Particularly valuable is the generally overlooked Joint WICA, especially for the 1952 to 1954 period, when it not only sheds light on U.S. perceptions, but also presents a reasonably accurate picture of Guatemala. Whenever appropriate, I have also looked at the decimal files of the other Central American countries and the general file for Central America. The researcher should also look beyond the decimal files to the usually neglected lot files. If the Eisenhower Library is the Concord, the National Archives at Suitland, Maryland, are an Edsel. The confusion of the staff is surpassed only by that of their files. It is, however, worth the considerable pain. Suitland houses the reports of the military attaches, internal embassy memos, and reports that were never sent to Washington, as well as other material that by some mysterious plan of Providence has found its way there. 396, Bibliography. The Guatemalan transcripts are located in the Manuscript Division, Library of Congress, Washington, D.C. They consist of 94 boxes of documents captured by the CIA in Guatemala after the fall of Arbenz. A mishmash, they include some truly trivial detritus and a mass of important documents. They are indispensable to the study of Guatemala in 1944 to 1954. The Archivo General de Centro America in Guatemala City houses documents that help to convey the flavor of the time, but the researcher will have to weed through unorganized files to find them. In addition to these 6 major depositories, I acquired documents through the Freedom of Information Act and benefited from the generosity of Stephen Schlesinger and Blanche Wiesen-Cook, who shared their FOIA documents with me. I have also had access to the private papers of some individuals, such as several letters by Jacobo Arbenz and his wife, and the personal papers of other Guatemalans.